Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Maverick News Channel. What a day, what a night. The USA and Israel have attacked Iran. We see people in the streets celebrating in Iran, and also people protesting in support of the Iranian regime. Reports are out there that the Ayatollah has been killed, and it isn't clear what might happen next. We're seeing reports tonight that the United States is preparing for possibly a second round of attacks. We have seen retaliation across borders by Iran. A lot of people picking sides in the dispute. And while all this is going on, I must say it is difficult to distinguish between what is real and what is fake online, as we find ourselves again in the fog of war. And the first casualty of this war, again, seems to be truth. We'll try to get you closer to it when we come back on the other side of this. Lots to dig into tonight. Also, we're going to go back to the phones near the end of the broadcast and, well, partway through the broadcast, and continue our conversation on free speech, censorship, and our free speech experiment here on Maverick News and how it affects you. You get to weigh in on that conversation, that extended conversation again tonight when our coverage of today's top news resumes on the other side.
Maverick News isn't just a news outlet, it's a community of truth seekers. Your donation at freedomreporters.com fuels our mission to report the stories that mainstream media won't touch. Thank you, Maverick family.
So Trump says the Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This after overnight strikes on Iran, President Trump saying on Truth Social that the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed today after the U.S. and Israel launched a pre-dawn assault on the country. Iranian state media is disputing the claim. We'll go to Truth Social to show you the latest post from the president. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Right there. Trump posting Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, Now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting in that. Not only the death of Khomeini, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week, or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So we've seen destabilization inside the country in recent weeks. We've seen huge protests. We have seen pushback from the Iranian government against the protests. We have seen reports of thousands, maybe tens of thousands of protesters, Iranian citizens killed by the Iranian government. Much of that I question in terms of accuracy. I think there is no question the Iranian government has killed people. The numbers is what I'm questioning because I've seen such a wide variation in the numbers cited by various organizations, from as low as 5 to 7,000 all the way up to about 40,000 people killed in Iran. What is the truth? I think it will take quite some time to drill down and filter through all of the fog and get to the truth of that matter, if we ever really know the true numbers of people killed who were protesting in order to destabilize the Iranian government. But now tonight, as a result of that, after these strikes inside Iran, we are seeing increased destabilization and the president calling on the people of Iran to rise up and overthrow their government, take control of their government, saying it could be many generations before this kind of opportunity arises again. Trump, of course, reminiscing about the days pre-1979 when the Shah was in power and Iranian society had very much been westernized and women were wearing entirely different kinds of clothing, Western clothing. And today, the theocracy that we have seen around the world largely as somewhat oppressive, and many describing the Iranian government as a regime, as a dictatorship, authoritarian. Trump claiming the position of liberator tonight, along with Israel. And we're seeing various reactions to all of this from around the world and from within Iran itself, where tonight we are seeing, in some cases, people taking to the streets to show their support for the Iranian government, pushing back against flexing of muscle by the United States and Israel. You'll see the Iranian flags flying here. It's described as a pro-Iranian government demonstration. Again, I caution you that everything you are seeing here, taken from online sources, is subject to further scrutiny, even as I present it to you tonight, because it is so difficult to know what's real, what isn't, what's recycled, what is being generated through artificial intelligence. This appears to be very unpredictable. But that's one perspective. When I speak of artificial intelligence and fabricated video. I share this with you here now because this is said to be CCTV or CCTV, closed circuit television footage of an Israeli airstrike back in June. But I mean, even just look at this. And with the music, it just looks very dramatic to me. This is an example of footage that's circulating tonight. To me, that does not look real. Those look like toy cars or something generated through AI. Let's go to a live feed here right now in Tel Aviv to show you exactly what the skyline there looks like, because we have seen retaliatory strikes across borders by Iran. And of course, this is one of the targeted areas. This is, as I say, live tonight, Tel Aviv Associated Press feed, but this is actually a live feed right out of there. Okay, so here we go. This is what it looks like. So all quiet on the skyline at the moment, but that has not been the case through the day. So Trump is urging Iranians to take over your government. His words, when the strikes are over, he says, the hour of your freedom is at hand. Now, the Iranian Red Crescent is saying more than 200 people have been killed and about 700 others injured. Iran has responded by firing missiles at Israel. That's why I'm showing you the live feed out of Tel Aviv right now, as well as the U.S. bases across the region in the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan. This is sending shockwaves across the entire Middle East tonight. So Iran's foreign minister is reported as saying here this evening that Iran is interested in de-escalation and is willing to talk if the United States and Israel will just stop the attacks. He says he has told Trump that regime change was mission impossible, saying there's no way, they're not giving up, even as Trump is calling on people to rise up and take control of their government. Now, U.S. Central Command is saying tonight that there are no reports of U.S. casualties following these strikes, these counter-strikes by Iran. The quote from U.S. Central Command is, the Iranian regime claims to have killed 50 U.S. service members. Lie, all caps. There have been no reported U.S. casualties. CENTCOM says that a claim that a U.S. Navy ship was struck by missiles is also untrue, saying no U.S. Navy ship has been struck. The Armada is fully operational. CENTCOM goes on to add that while the Iranian regime is claiming severe damage
Imagine
at
being
multiple
able
U.S.
to build
bases,
anything just by thinking about it. Meet base.
My apologies. We'll bring this back. Yeah, it says that CENTCOM going on to add that while Iranian regime is claiming severe damage to multiple U.S. bases, the damage to U.S. installations was, according to CENTCOM, minimal and has not impacted operations. Now, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, says as well that it has intercepted over 100 ballistic missiles and almost 200 drones in or from Iran's retaliatory attacks following the U.S. and Israeli strikes. The Defense Ministry says 137 ballistic missiles were launched from Iran. It says 132 of those were destroyed. Some fell into the sea, maybe 5 or maybe as many as half a dozen. This according to the official Emirates news agency. The ministry has gone on to say 209 drones detected, 194 intercepted, 14 fell into the sea. Falling debris caused in their words, quote, minor material damage to a number of civilian facilities. Now, Iran's ambassador to the United Nations is accusing Trump of lying about the justification of military strikes to, quote, manufacture consent for unlawful war. There was an emergency UN Security Council meeting organized tonight. That's where that statement was made. He says all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile forces in the region shall be regarded as legitimate military objectives within the framework of Iran's lawful exercise of self-defense. So not only is the Ayatollah reported as being killed tonight, we're also receiving reports here that quite a number of his family members may also have been killed in the same, maybe even the same strikes or strike. Now, Iran has just put out a statement through their joint military command saying they struck vital Israeli and American positions across the region, and they are trying to, well, very clearly, they're trying to project an image of strength in the face of this overwhelming military force being brought to bear by Israel and the U.S. tonight. Of course, Iran is not Venezuela. It is a different animal. The question is how resilient, how much can they really bring to the table here in terms of a counteroffensive? It says, in the name of God, the crusher of the arrogant, honorable people and brave citizens of Islamic Iran, the criminal America, and the savage Zionist regime in their assault this morning once again showed to Islamic Iran that they understand nothing but the language of force and have proven their savagery to the world, attacking our innocent people and defenseless school children, covering them in blood. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, a powerful response to this brutal attack, acted with great speed and remarkable precision. In addition to striking vital security and military centers of the Zionist regime in the occupied territories, they also targeted 14 major American military bases in the region with their lightning attacks, killing hundreds of invading American troops and regime forces. It is emphasized that the determined and powerful operations of the armed forces will continue with even more force and greater scale than before, whose results will soon be reported to our dear people. I will say that perhaps the most powerful weapon Iran has had for quite some time is their information warfare machine. They produce a lot of fake videos. They produce a lot of propaganda. And as sophisticated as it is, though, it's becoming easier to spot it. I would say much of what he was saying there was probably a lie, especially the part about U.S. casualties, because I think if we have seen, or if there are U.S. casualties, I think we would hear about it. I don't think the Americans would be that hesitant to share that information with the public. I think they would acknowledge it, as we've seen in the past. A little bit more honesty coming from the American side in that way. Maybe not always. Depends on who you're dealing with. Like, sometimes a certain person in the White House tends to make things up. But tonight, very serious matter at hand. Not really clear where this whole thing's going to go. Again, back to the live feed from lost our connection there for a moment. Let's go back to the live feed out of Tel Aviv again. And there it is. We're back. So that's good news. No missiles being shot down at the moment. No drones. That has not been the case through much of the day. And as I say, the Iranian counterattacks have crossed multiple borders. This is footage of an Iranian missile which came down outside a Syrian town in the northern part of, I believe, the northern part of the country. And I don't know about you, but I don't think this looks very safe. But these kids are climbing on the thing. Can't make this stuff up. Well, actually, yeah, you can. This does look to me to be, and again, take it all with a grain of salt, but this does look authentic. Where'd we go? There we are.
طلعني وقاعد بعد
بس فاضي مبين
Yeah, I would say don't do that. Crazy. Crazy stuff, man. Yeah, I would not recommend that at all. Okay, so this footage just very fresh. This is Patriot batteries at Al Udeid U.S. Air Base in Qatar, taking shots at incoming Iranian missiles. This is within the last hour, at least posted within the last hour.
Fuck yeah. What the fuck? Hell no. Fuck yeah.
I'll tell you, this has a much different feel than, say, something like Operation Desert Storm had. The whole thing just has a different tone to it, if that makes any sense to you. I don't know if you paid much attention during, the Gulf War and the Bush era and post 9/11. This doesn't feel the same. It feels somewhat different. And that's about as technical as I can make that sound. I don't know how else to describe it at the moment. I haven't fully formulated my thoughts based on my gut feelings on it. The whole thing just feels different. But of course, it's not the same war, and it's a different time. Why are they doing this? Well, that's a really good question, because we know Operation Midnight Hammer was something that was supposed to have obliterated Iran's nuclear capability or capabilities, although not entirely. So are they doing this to end again, or curtail Iran's pursuit of a nuclear weapon? That's apparently part of it, but it is not entirely clear to me why they're doing this right now. And that's why I think too you're seeing again cracks in the MAGA base forming with some very America first MAGA patriots criticizing what's going on tonight. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene again, and Tucker Carlson coming out with expressing concerns about what's going on over there in the Middle East tonight. Now in Canada, or maybe more specifically in India, where Prime Minister Mark Carney was speaking at the Canada-India Forum in Mumbai. He was there to deliver remarks about Canada-India economic relations, but of course, as part of his address earlier today, he also touched on the situation in the Middle East. And we know as well that as things stand right now, Mark Carney says Canada will not be participating in any kind of military actions in the Middle East against Iran.
Le gouvernement du Canada appelle à la protection de tous les civils dans ce conflit. So to translate, Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada and our international partners have called consistently upon the Iranian regime to end its nuclear program, including at the G7 summit in Kananaskis and with the United Nations reimposition of sanctions this past September. We've sanctioned over 250 Iranian entities. We've listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity. And despite numerous diplomatic efforts, Iran has neither fully dismantled its nuclear program, halted all enrichment activities, nor ended its support for regional terrorist proxy groups. Canada stands with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against this oppressive regime, and we reaffirm Israel's right to defend itself. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And the Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict going forward. So with that, I'd like to put in context where the world is, as I said before, where our relations are, where Canada is going. And let me start by observing again what an honor it is.
Okay. That's what he had to say about the situation in Iran. And when we come back, I'm going to be joined by Michael Bader of the People's Party of Canada. I reached out to Michael and asked him to comment on this earlier today. This is will be a recorded session briefly with Michael Bader speaking about his views, and I think to a great degree the views of the People's Party of Canada and leader Maxime Bernier, who has largely been like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and others on that side of the political MAGA camp against any kind of foreign wars at all. That is what President Trump promised, not to get the United States involved in any new wars. And yet tonight we see that exact thing happening here. Could be a good thing, could be a bad thing, depends on your point of view, I suppose, and where this might end up going. It isn't really clear what the plan is, other than, that the president tonight or earlier today in an address to the Iranian people, calling on them to seize this moment, seize the day, and topple their government, saying this opportunity may not come again for generations. So Let's take a little break. We'll come back on the other side, and I'll run the interview with Michael Bader of the People's Party of Canada. And just as an important note as well, I should mention that Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, has also come out and made a statement today supporting what the United States is doing in Iran. Don't go away. Michael Bader on the other side of this.
Greetings, brave mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, so here we go with Michael Bader. You'll hear references to possible editing and so on. This is a recorded interview. However, no need for editing. And I think in many cases, including this one, the less editing, the better. So this is it. This is the full, raw, unedited director's cut, which is no cuts at all. This is just Michael Bader, raw and unfiltered.
Well, we do have the luxury of being able to do last-minute edits. So.
Yes. Okay, Michael, thank you for joining us on the program. I'm interested in your initial thoughts on what is going on with Iran. We're seeing that, well, it looks like the Ayatollah is dead. It looks like Canada will not be participating in any extended military actions, if any, in the days, maybe weeks, or who knows how long ahead. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are it's a lot to digest, and I was just thinking about it earlier and just about to post a tweet, but I think that this would capture my thoughts the most, would be the fact that I think it's the wrong solution for the right reason. If I didn't know better about Libya, Syria, Iraq, and all the ill effects of this, the money, the lost lives, the things like that, and we didn't even get anything out of it. Iraq's still a mess. Libya is just like, I mean, I think they even have slavery going on there now. We didn't do anything to help them. And I'm really scared because one of my best friends, Fatna, is Iranian, and they escaped that, right? They escaped this. And she's an amazing person, and her country's amazing, and she felt like it was stolen from her, right? You know, Iran's beautiful. It was a beautiful place. There was a place that emulated Western kind of culture in a way, even though they had a different religion, or well, they actually have 12 ethnicities, and they were also the Persian Empire. They were part of the Greek. I just don't want to see that all destroyed, right? And it just bothers me that I think we could have maybe done other things to help the Iranian people. I'm not sure, right? But had I not thinking about Libya and Iraq and what happened to them, I don't want that to happen to my friend's family, right? I don't want Iran.
We're even seeing just in the last day more war in Afghanistan, right? Pakistan and Afghanistan now in an open war, bombing happening inside that country again. So these things have not really been resolved. They just carry on, it seems.
I'm just wondering if we created it with our presence there, right? Mm-hmm. Like, weren't we supposed to go in and stop terrorism and stabilize Afghanistan and give them back the beauty that they once had prior to these tyrannical Islamic Sharia law type places or governments. And we didn't. We failed. And so many soldiers, including our own, died for that. And what do we have? I think we made the country worse, potentially, right? We didn't fix it. And I'm scared that we're going to do that to Iran. And Iran's such a beautiful place. It's so big. And every Iranian that I know is an amazing person that I personally know, right? Like maybe there's some crazy guys, just like there's crazy Canadians and cool Canadians to other people, right? Like, I don't know. But the ones that I know, I feel for them, for their families. Like imagine, right? Someone said, oh yeah, they're bombing Canada and you're living in another country and your family's there that you're close to, like, you know. And then I was reading too, I don't know if I could find it on I think I bookmarked it, but somebody had a friend who's Iranian and he wrote his response back, and the gist of his response was, maybe it had the influence on me too after I read it, I don't know, but he was saying that yes, we have this awful government and we want to get rid of it, but we're really scared of what's happened every time the globalists, you know, come in and try to help. They make things worse, right? So maybe I'm influenced, maybe it's the first few tweets I read, or, you know, I'm not sure, but I really do feel so much for the people, right? That's, you know, I can't imagine what's going on there. Like, just imagine you're being leveled, right? Or you're wondering, hey, I can't get a hold of my sister that's still in Iran, or my cousin, or my uncle. I don't know. I just think maybe we might have had a better way forward, because this has proved to be disastrous in the past. I mean, I can't predict it. Maybe it'll be different, but I mean, we're talking tons of countries, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, just to name a few. And what state are those countries in now? That's what I worry about, right? Maybe it's the right thing to do and I'm wrong. But as a Canada First guy, I see homelessness in Hamilton I've never seen. I saw homelessness in Oakville for the first time ever, and in Burlington for the first time that I saw. It's becoming that prevalent. And I'm more concerned about our citizens, our Iranian citizens, you know, like, she came here for refuge to escape that stuff, right? And I want to make sure it's the Canada that she came to, right? The Canada we grew up in. And all these distractions and divisions are making that so hard for us to focus on the real problems, which are, you know, MAID killing a 26-year-old because he has seasonal depression, or a grandmother that is euthanized because the father, the granddad, doesn't want to look after her anymore. I can't do it. I'm too tired. Oh, we'll just kill her, right? These are things that I think are more important than a hockey game. Right? We're getting all upset about a hockey game, and yet we got Mark Carney in the pedophilia files, Epstein files, 69 times, saying when we get him on the team, right? Like, I just, those are things I want Canadians to focus on, right? And I don't know. That's me ranting, and I appreciate you letting me do it. But that's how I honestly feel after hearing this news, after seeing the homeless, after seeing the people struggling here. I don't want that for them. It'll be even worse. I think, unless I'm wrong and this is a surgical strike or whatever it is, then, you know, I'm wrong. But I just, after the history and the track record, I'm just not sure this was the right decision.
Yeah, it's still very early, so we really don't know how this is going to play out. We are seeing that it is, again, a decapitation of the leadership, because it looks like the Ayatollah is dead. Multiple reports now of that. Netanyahu saying it looks like the Ayatollah's not around. So it looks like that is what has happened. So it looks like a game of chess, and some people are saying this is maybe checkmate disguised as a first move.
Well, I mean, like, I could be wrong, right? Like, you said, people could tell me I'm like the Karens that were saying, oh, when you go kill that Iranian leader of the Red Army or the Red Guard or whatever that was, the guy's causing terrorists, and he goes out and kills them, right? And they're all like, oh, you're going to start World War III or this. Well, they were wrong. And I could be wrong like that. I don't know. But my heart really feels for the Iranian people and like what they're going through and what their families here escaped back in 79. And I don't want them to go back to something worse, like the other gentleman that I read his comment, right? I just, it's a tough one, Rick. Like, what do you think? You think it's
I don't think you're wrong. I know, but I think it's just the beginning of whatever it is we're going to be dealing with here. It's just impossible for us to know really how long it's going to continue. We're seeing retaliation though. So even though it appears they've taken out the Ayatollah, it looks to me like they're not likely to just give up. I just don't know where it goes from here.
well, no matter what, right? You play football, you play hockey, you do some sport like that. There's always a winner and a loser, and there's always a cost, right? Like, I mean, some of those Leaf Cups were the cost of a broken leg and suffering through it, right? Or a win by a guy with just got smashed in the face, right? Like, there's always a cost. It's just, is the cost worth the prize? Right? You get in the Super Bowl, you end up getting a concussion and crippled for life. Was it worth the cost? I don't know. Maybe it was because you were taking that chance. So I don't know where it'll end up. Honestly, I don't know if anybody can honestly, but if you want to be pragmatic about geopolitical events and things you could do, right? You obviously, you could go sign up for the army and go help, right? But I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, I'm thinking this is going to have a bad effect on our economy in general, again, because you're closing the Strait of Hormuz, which I believe is 40%, 20%, a big chunk. Like you would feel it in your paycheck if you got hit that chunk. And the Asian futures markets, they put the war in, gauged it in their 3-month plan of where they want to put their money and stuff. And they basically called it that I would expect to see cost of living go up even more because now you're paying extra for oil, especially when you have a government like Carney who's strangling our own ability shipping stuff from Australia when in Newfoundland they have natural gas. You could have just like made a pipeline or you could have got it. You know what I mean? And I think people need to prepare for that. Like, I think these prices of our gas could go up when the gas goes up, from the carbon taxes and all the other grifter taxes they use to steal our money. When those hit, you see the cost of living, you see your rent go up, you see your food go up. Like you see that you can only get a few items in your cart for what you could buy multiple items for a few years ago. And I think inflation is going to be one of the factors. I think if you have the opportunity, it might not even be too late now to get some solid assets like platinum, silver, gold, something to offset this potential inflationary unstable situation, right? Another thing is, I don't know, maybe go grab some jerry cans, throw out a few extra jerry cans just in case the price goes up to $2-3 a liter. Like, I'm not saying it is, I'm not an economist, but I've lived long enough to know that, when certain things like this happen and you cut the supply by so much, prices are going to go up, right? Like, you don't need to have studied a university degree to know that. It should be taught in high school. And that's what's going to happen. So that's the other factor of this, from the emotional one to the wallet one. And I think, again, not a great decision because now it's affecting us and our cost of living. And if I knew that this would give the Iranian people what they had before 1979, when I saw the pictures where it just looked, everybody was so happy and beautiful and they had culture and color and art and beauty in their lives, then the cost is worth it. Probably we suck it up for a while. But if what we're going to get is another Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, and we do that to them, we're not helping them. It's like the trans. It's like, a guy says, hey, he's a little, he's got psychosis. I can fly. Dude, do I tell him he can fly? And he's standing on the bridge thinking he can fly. Is that compassionate? Or do I tell him the truth? Right. I feel like it's one of those situations where we think we are helping somebody by going along with them, where we make it worse. Right. So I'm just scared that we're going to make it worse. Right. That's my fear. Right. The biggest thing. And I don't think Canada should be involved in a lot of those issues. Right. Just I mean, the world.
Well, I just checked in to see what the prime minister is saying, and Carney is saying he has been speaking in recent weeks to Trump about Iran. He says he doesn't expect Canada will be involved in any military action in Iran at all. So I guess that would be something that relieves you, I guess.
Well, I think it definitely would relieve me. I mean, if there are people that want to go and truly, go back and say, hey, I want to go back to my country and I want to help fight, that's their prerogative. And I wish that if that ever happened to me, that I'd have that opportunity. But at the end of the day, I'm not even sure we could help these guys out, right? I think I just read a little while ago about our Air Force. 60% of it is not ready to go. And that leaves us with 32 planes or something like that. That number sticks out.
Yeah, 34.
Yeah, and I mean, we have so much work to do at home, and I wish our government would shrink itself and start letting the people have more of their money back, more of their freedom back, and allowing the economy and people to make decisions for themselves, and stop sending our money to Ukraine. And I know me and you are contentious about that, but I just don't want to send it anywhere, Rick. I don't want to send it to Israel. I don't want to send it to Florida. I'll send it to Florida if I want to go on vacation at that cool place that I was at with my wife for a honeymoon, right? Yeah, here. That's how I'm going to give you a bit of money, because you're giving me a service. But I don't want to give my money away for gender transitions and Islamophobia and all these things that don't really exist in our manufactured theater. That's really my focus. And the people of Iran, my heart goes out, just like people around the world, their hearts went out for Canadians when we were being stomped by horses and things, right? So I don't know. So I'm glad we're not in it. I don't even think we could be in it even if we wanted to be in it. I think we should be more concerned about our own borders with regards to immigration and the Arctic as well, or with the trade routes potentially opening up and power grabs in our territory, right? That's what we should be focused on militarily, is partnering with the United States and protecting our Arctic sovereignty instead of making deals with China, right? So I'm glad, Carney, I don't agree with him often, but I'm glad that we aren't sending resources there, right? And hopefully that doesn't offend my friends here that are Iranian, but I don't want to see them sent anywhere. And I hope that this goes really fast and that we don't have collateral damage. We don't have the disasters that we had in Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan. I hope that it's more like Venezuela, maybe okay, this guy was bad, we got him out, because they're all about regime change. And then the Iranian people can decide for themselves how they want to be governed. And perhaps they can gain back the beauty that they had, the rich culture of the Persian Empire, the beautiful 70s before 79, when there was culture and color and freedom. I hope they get that back. But like I said, I'm pessimistic, and we'll know in a few weeks, I guess.
Well, it's did Trump, I think it's on Truth Social. I haven't seen the post, but I understand he has posted somewhere, likely on Truth, that he's sent a message. He's, I think, recorded an address to the people of Iran saying, when we're done, take control of your government. So he's calling on the people to rise up and overthrow their government.
Well, as long as they can do it, like the other part of that gentleman from Iran commenting on his view was that it's a diverse country, and his fear, or at least what I was getting from reading it, was that you'll have too many fighting factions all wanting to form the government, and it'll cause more chaos than having a bad government. So, fingers crossed again, and our prayers go that that's not the case. But it like I said, it is a very big and diverse country that's made of a lot of people, right? Like you look, our Newfoundland people are different than the people in Alberta. Even though we're all Canadians and we share similar values or the same values, we are different, right? And we'll have different ideas on how we want to move forward, because we all have our little differences. And that's what the beauty of federation is supposed to be, is each province can have its own kind of little personality within the bigger personality. And I think that could be an issue, right? I think, who's going to come up and be that guy, right, that can unite the country. If that's the case, and the Iranian people can take their country back, wow, then this is a genius move, right? And it would be fabulous. So that's my concern. So
Yeah, you can see right there. It's he's trying to speak directly to the people of Iran. So, what's he saying? I haven't
A short
actually.
time ago,
Yep, here we go.
the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thought?
Well, I'm getting from him that there could be some casualties that happens, that this is, I'm getting the sense that this is a strike. So some people on Twitter say, oh, there's a difference between a war and a strike. So I think that this potentially is a strike from what he said. And if that's the case, then we hope that, it doesn't turn into Afghan, Libya, or any of these other places, and perhaps resembles more a Venezuelan type change of the guard, so to speak. So what do you get from his speech? Because I'm kind of thinking he thinks it's going to be short, and then it's up to the Iranians.
I didn't get that from what he said, because he's talking about obliterating all of their missiles. He's talking about destroying their navy. He's talking about having all of the members of the military lay down their arms or face certain death. He's not done. And he's talking about regime change, not just a decapitation, but taking the government out, creating so much instability and destroying the government that it creates just a vacuum. Hoping, and he said, let's see how the people respond. Hoping that somebody walks in and forms a new government. That doesn't sound like much of a plan. This, unless he's got something in mind that he's not sharing with us, that sounds like very, very risky.
Well, it sounds like the plan, right? I'm going to go and I'm going to go bomb the crap out of key military installations and decapitate the leadership. But I also get that, okay, I'm going to go do that, but I don't get the sense that it's that he's going to go in there and put boots on the ground and make this a 20-year Afghan war. I get the feeling that it's more of a, maybe not quite a surgical strike, but it seems like he's trying to but disrupt or the country, destabilize it, and hope that in the vacuum, the right guy shows up, versus what some other people have said, or that one gentleman specifically, that, we don't want to be an endless civil war, right? Like, because there's a vacuum and nobody's filling it, and there's too many people fighting for it that are, just as evil as what we got rid of. So I don't know, but it sounds like you're right, that's the plan. Okay, we'll go in, we'll knock out a lot of their stuff so that they, if you rise up, they won't have the tools to do what they did before, right? Or be able to hold you back, and then it's up to you. So I kind of get that from his speech. I don't think he's walking in there to a forever war, or at least in his own head and the way he said it. And hopefully he keeps his word, because I know he doesn't like forever wars, but he's also supposed to be the president of peace. And we didn't get much peace so far. So, I'm not sure. I kind of feel sometimes that he's not pulling the strings all the time. You know what I mean? Like, he's getting pressure, either bad advice inside, bad intel, or I don't know what it is, but I think they should stay focused with Thomas Massey and the Epstein files, because that's another huge issue that I don't want to get swept under the carpet, right? I don't want the homeless in Hamilton or Oakville or Burlington or Toronto or in Canada in general to be swept under. I don't want MAID to continue on its way like this. So there's a lot of things I don't want this to take away from, right? As a Canadian who believes in Canada first.
All right. Michael Bader, anything else you'd like to add or think that we might be missing tonight before we wrap up?
I have no idea, but I thank you for giving me a call. You called at the right time. My kids are taking me out for my 60th birthday in a couple of hours, and it was nice of you to give me the opportunity to have the conversation as a recorded conversation. You can edit that just in case you want to make it seem live, but you're an honest guy, so I'm pretty sure you're good with that. And if anyone's interested in ever following me or some of my things, I do have a Substack at Michael Bader, and I also have michaelbader.com. So if you guys like what I say, or want to give me comments on how I could do things better, or maybe I'm missing a piece of information that would be crucial in making a decision, just always I'm available to reach out. And just today we had a meet Mike. So we had our second one of the year. It was a breakfast again. Just telling you, after that meal, I was pretty full, wondering if I could do this nighttime meal. But we had some great people show up. And one of the guys, haven't seen him in a bit. He has a house in Newfoundland as well, right? Is Burlington. And we were listening to his story for a bit, and he actually had a car almost smash into his house. And if he didn't have those couple boulders out front, and to top it off, his basement flooded before that. And then there was some, wow, Lee, I haven't seen you in a couple of months. That's pretty crazy. And there was some other people there, and we had a new lovely lady as well. And I don't know, it's just a lot of fun. And I look forward to having more of those. So again, michaelbader.com, you can go to events in case you're in the Burlington-ish area. We get people from Hamilton, Oakville, Guelph, whatever. Depends what it is. And the next one, I don't know, Rick, I'm going to ask you this, okay? Mm-hmm. So we've done 2 breakfasts, right? And some of the teams thinking we want to switch it up for March. So, we're trying to do these once a month, once every 6 weeks, just a chance for people to come and go face to face and talk to us, or me in particular. So the team thought maybe we rent a bowling alley on a Thursday night and just make it open 2 hours. If you want to bowl, you bowl. If your kids are here, let them bowl. We'll talk, have a beer, something like that. The other gentleman on the team loves darts. He thought maybe you should have a Meet Mike darts. And then the other guy plays golf, and he thought there's this place where you can do indoor golf and we should rent the booth. And so those are the three ideas the team's spitting around for the next Meet Mike. And it'd be interesting to hear what your opinion is. Which one would you go to? Would you golf, you darts, or would you do that, or would you?
I would do any of the above. I like darts. I suck at bowling, but I would do it.
Yeah, me too.
So I think maybe the bowling alley is a little loud. It might not be the best venue for conversation with all this crashing pins, but I don't know, any place where you can reach out and meet people, because I know you're focused on that next election and trying to meet people and make some gains in your riding in Burlington.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but I'll tell you, it's a long journey. Like somebody told me it takes 10 years to get elected, and I was like, well, yeah, it could take longer, but I think it's worth it if you stick to your conviction and your values, right? Because if you start voting for values that don't align with you, I mean, like, you can't agree with everything. Like, we have 20 policies, and if you agree with everyone, like, maybe we're in a cult, like, because I don't know, but I just want to try to bring people together so that we can have real solutions for their lives and to get back to the Canada that I grew up in. And I think Max has the plan there, a lot of it. And it's just really hard when people talk about split the vote and strategic voting. And to me, it's like, well, how's that working out? We keep picking the lesser evil. We keep voting strategically, and we keep getting liberal government. And even when we don't get a liberal government, we still have the same policies, because guys like Doug Ford don't get rid of what Wynne did to our education and all the DEI and SOGI stuff. So I really like that guy, Rupert. I think it's Rupert Murdoch or something like that in the UK. He's come up with the Restore England, and I like that guy because he reminds me of Max and our values about restoring Canadian identity, about getting back to the high trust society we had with low crime and people opening doors and being polite and you can leave your door, getting back to the Canada that we grew up in. So I don't know. It's a hard battle, buddy. I got 68,000 doors to hit, and I can only, hit so many. And I'm just trying my best to meet everybody I possibly can, answer any questions anybody has, and try to be available, right? And listen to people and actually understand how they feel. And I think that's a really important thing we've been trying to do.
Okay. Michael Bader, thank you so much for joining us on the program. We'll have you back.
All right. Thanks so much. You guys have a great time.
Okay. Take care. And happy birthday.
Brightleaf Innovations is excited to offer our newest investment opportunity, the Turn Easy Bed Storage Solution.
Turns with a touch, spins all the way around. Every little thing you need is easy to be found. No more clutter, no more mess on the floor. Just spin it, reach it, you don't search anymore. Turn Easy Bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. Custom shelves for your books or your tech. Cozy space for your treasures to protect. Built-in power when you need to recharge. Smart design that makes your bedroom feel large. Turn Easy Bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day.
Designed and developed by Brightleaf Innovations, proudly Canadian and patent pending in North America. Turn Easy Bed transforms how you live.
To learn more about this innovative new product idea, an exciting investment opportunity. Call 519-784-0222 or visit brightleafinnovations.com.
Wait just a minute. Whoa, wait just a minute. Hang on. Just a second. He's alive. Supreme Leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, is alive. He's alive. Or so Iranian state media is saying. Hang on just a moment here. I'll show you. This is why, we're in the fog of war. Hard to know what's true. Iranian state media denying the U.S. and Israeli claims that the Ayatollah Khamenei has been killed. Here's what they're putting out tonight, saying that he has addressed. They're saying this is a new address. Hang on, here we go. There it is right there.
الله الرحمن الرحیم لا حول ولا قوة الا بالله العلی العظیم. ملت عزیز ایران، دیروز روز 22 بهمن امسال کار بزرگی انجام دادید. ایران رو سربلند کردید. جمهوری اسلامی رو مانند همیشه پشتیبانی کردید و به قدرت اون افزودید. دشمنانی که در اظهارات خود، در برنامه‌ریزی‌های خود به دنبال تسلیم ملت ایرانند مایوس شدند. این کار بزرگ رو
Okay. If they say so, or maybe not. We're also seeing tonight that Moscow is condemning the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran. Of course, they're pretty much an ally or aligned with Iran. Here's RT reporting on that. Might as well go right to the horse's mouth. If you're going to talk about Russia, get it from RT. Moscow condemns Israel strikes on Iran. The attack could lead to a humanitarian, economic, and potentially nuclear catastrophe. The Russian Foreign Ministry has said the U.S. and Israeli strikes against Iran are a premeditated and unprovoked act of aggression. The Russian Foreign Ministry has said in a statement warning that it could have dire consequences for the Middle East and the entire world. Washington and West Jerusalem launched the attack on Saturday, with U.S. President Donald Trump stating that the operation is aimed at destroying Iran's nuclear program and bringing about regime change in Iran. Tehran responded with retaliatory strikes against targets in Israel as well as U.S. bases in the region. Moscow is calling on the UN and its nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, to give an impartial assessment of the reckless actions aimed at disrupting peace, stability, and security in the Middle East. The ministry's statement said the actions of Washington and West Jerusalem are pushing the region towards a, quote, a humanitarian, economic, and potentially nuclear catastrophe. So according to Russia, the U.S. is seeking to eliminate the leadership of a nation that has resisted forceful pressure and hegemonism. The strikes came after indirect nuclear talks in Geneva between Tehran and Washington ended inconclusively on Friday and amid a massive U.S. military buildup in the region. The attack could also have dire consequences for the global non-proliferation regime, the Russian ministry stated, adding that it could lead to uncontrolled escalation in the Middle East and elsewhere as nations around the world will rush to acquire more destructive arms in a bid to protect themselves. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov discussed the strikes in a phone call with his Iranian counterpart. On Saturday, he urged an immediate halt to the strikes and said Moscow is ready to provide diplomatic assistance President Putin called a National Security Council meeting over the developments. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told journalists today. And the attack has drawn criticism around the world, including from the U.S. and Western allies. France and Spain called it a risk to global security. China demanded an immediate halt to the strikes. That from RT, the Russian position on the situation with Iran. The situation fluid, hard to know what's true. The U.S. and Israel saying the Ayatollah is dead. Iran saying that's not true, insisting he's alive, and posting a video as that is supposed to provide proof, but somebody's going to end up with that on their face because he's either alive or dead, and there isn't much middle ground. Well, maybe in this conspiratorial age of artificial intelligence and fake news, whatever that is, maybe there is a lot of middle ground. It's hard to know, even in the real world, what is reality and what's fake. More video. This apparently from Qatar. And again, I question footage like this. To me, you can assess. I'll show it to you. It's possible it's real, but to me, something about it says AI. This is supposed to be an intercepted Iranian ballistic missile crashing and exploding into a residential area in Qatar. Now, I don't know. I'll show you. You guys can decide. Here it is. I just don't know. Doesn't look real to me. Does that look real to you? I'm going to look in the chat. Is it real or is it Memorex? Just the comments in the chat. It looks like he's dead, along with 40 top leaders from Be Lovely. Linda saying it could be a clone. Linda says fake. I'm thinking it's fake. That footage we just showed you. I'm looking. I think it's fake. Now, and if it's fake, that should tell you something about the poster. That was on X. I'm running a check on it. I don't know yet. Even when I get the results back, I may still not know. What a terrible time to try to decipher what's real and what's fake. It's such a confusing time. Hang on. We're churning away and I'm looking. Some people want me to play it again. Okay. So this footage has been shared apparently across multiple outlets, including Al Jazeera, Reuters, The Guardian. So maybe it's real. Maybe, I don't know. To me, it has that fake look to it. I'll bring it back up so you can see it one more time. Here we are. Here it is. To me, it's just the way that missile falls out of the sky. It doesn't look right. Don't know. Any further thoughts in the chat on that? Lindy says fake. Everything looks too clean. Yeah, doesn't look right to me. And it doesn't mean just because it runs on various news outlets or media platforms, it doesn't automatically make it real. Doesn't necessarily make it real. Oh, we have a couple of people joining the conversation tonight. Let's bring Joseph Leonard from Detroit. Hello, my friend.
How goes it?
Just
Can you hear
fine.
me? Okay, you can hear me. All right.
I can. I see you've got your green background up. You don't have your chroma key activated, but it looks kind of funky just the way it is.
Yeah, I don't know why the image isn't projecting like it should, but whatever.
That's okay. You're down there in the green cave. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm in the bunker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, well, thanks for joining us. I sent you the email to invite you to the program tonight for a few reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been out. I just came back in and noticed.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd try coming in, see what's going on.
Yeah, here we are. So just initially, do you have any thoughts on the situation with Iran?
Well,
and I should preface this. If you don't know Joseph, if you're a new viewer, Joseph is the author of Terror Strikes, and you have the new book out too, right? What's the new book?
My latest is called Complicated. Yes, I have Terror Strikes coming soon to a city near you.
Mm-hmm.
My latest in the Life and Living series is Complicated. So yes, what comes next? It's gonna go for a while because even though the Khomeini may be dead and other leaders, there's obviously still some loyal remnants lobbing missiles, hoping the Abraham Accords don't turn into a strong Abraham alliance. Mm-hmm. They're trying to, create a wedge so that they can hopefully still get bickering between those cooperating now and us, and they might be able to stay in power. And what person in the regime wants to be the first to pop up and say, hey, okay, I'm in charge now and we'll cooperate and see if they stay alive or not? From both sides wanting to fire at them.
So do you think that this is a viable strategy at this point that is being employed? Basically, try to decapitate the leadership, create a power vacuum, just disrupt everything, and then hope that somebody comes in to fill the void?
Can it get worse is the question.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, you do what you do. You hope it gets better. Recently, there was several opposition groups that were at odds with each other that supposedly came together and created an alliance themselves that may step in to be the interim government that is supposedly not as hostile to but if it's a loose alliance of people, once they again does it then immediately break into civil war like Syria when Assad was removed? So you don't know, but I was going to say what we do know, what we're most worried about, what we can no longer tolerate is just continually kicking the can down the road. Like I wrote at beforeitsnews.com years ago, you want to wait till the next thing is a mushroom cloud above Tel Aviv and NYC, then it's a little late to say, oh, okay, well, I guess now maybe we should do something about it. I just had on a guest, Edward Tick, the other day, will be airing on my Constitutionalist show, mainly about trauma and PTSD, but we touched on the notion of preemptive war. When is it valid? Well, if indeed you're preventing mushroom clouds, either from a solid nuclear warhead tipped ICBM or dirty bombs given to terrorists and detonated, hindsight's always 2020. We can't know now. The history will take 10, 20 years to shake out.
But what about these clips of Tulsi Gabbard? I think she was testifying before that congressional hearing. She says in those clips that Iran really doesn't have a nuclear program that is anywhere near completing the construction of a nuclear weapon, which is kind of contradictory to what Trump says. But, and then I remember on Air Force One, Trump says, no, she's wrong, but he leaves her in this position. So they seem to be at odds. She seems in many ways to have been pushed to the sidelines in the Trump administration, but still in there. It's sort of an odd relationship that, at least that's what it appears from a distance. What do you make of all that, Joseph?
Yeah.
Do they have a nuclear program? Did they obliterate during Operation Midnight Hammer?
No.
Is it still active? Are they still? Okay, I'll shut up. You elaborate.
It's arguable how close they are. What pretty much is not arguable is them saying death to America is not just hot air they blow. They mean it. Have they been progressing towards nuclear weapons? Absolutely. How close have they been, or are they now? You want to wait till mushroom clouds are billowing above Tel Aviv and in New York City? Or do you act and remove it and hope a regime is coming in that will swear off nuclear weapons? Because it is absolutely known you don't need that kind of enriched uranium for a supposed nuclear energy program. And we've agreed.
60%?
Yeah,
enrichment?
we've agreed we would even provide them the uranium for a civilian peaceful. So there's no need for you to do it yourself. It's like refusing voter ID. There's only one reason to oppose that. You want to be able to cheat. There's only one reason you turn down aid for a nuclear program, because you want nuclear weapons instead.
To play devil's advocate, like I don't think Iran should be allowed to have a nuclear weapon because I don't trust them at all. I think it would be very destabilizing. It would put the world in a very dangerous place. But there are people
they
like
are fanatics. Fanatics.
Well, some people say Israel is fanatics too, but they haven't nuked anybody yet. So, if it is true that they have nuclear weapons, and there is evidence to suggest they do, and maybe many
and
warheads,
do you want to wait for that too?
No.
Iran to get closer, and the Mossad telling their leadership, look, now we must nuke them. You don't even want that either.
So when I see people like George Galloway say, well, I think Iran should have the bomb. Why shouldn't they have the bomb? Because that will create, balance of power in the region. I'm like, I think it's just like too many nuclear weapons out there,
and
period.
Then Saudi Arabia gets them.
Right.
How do you stop Saudis from getting them? I would advocate for the Saudis having them if Iran had them. And others. But nuclear Japan, should they have nukes to counter China? I dare say a lot of people say yes. They're alone for deterrent and détente and mutually assured destruction theory.
But we sure seem to be in a new era where many nations now are pursuing nuclear weapons, or at least talking about it. So what do you think has changed to put us in that position?
Yeah, just a lot, too much uncertainty. In a lot of respects, the world has gotten more peaceful. Some wars have come to an end.
Really? That doesn't seem like it to me, man. It doesn't seem very peaceful to me.
Nuclear armed Pakistan and the Taliban in Afghanistan are going at it now.
I know.
And many would argue, hey, that's a good thing. Let them two fight the crap out of each other.
Good about it. It's all destabilizing. It's awful.
No,
people are dying.
But if they're
it's not
focused on each other, they're not focused on externals. They're worried about their immediate neighbor. They're not worrying about threatening the rest of the globe. Again, I'm talking theory. I'm not advocating for or against, like you, devil's advocate. I'm just saying the theory is out there.
Yeah, it shows me that after everything that, well, first Russia, then the United States and allies after 9/11 went through in Afghanistan, many people dying, including many Americans and Canadians and British soldiers and others, right, from the Allied forces in Afghanistan. After all of that, what do we have today? We have more war. It just goes on and on and on, around and around in circles. Where it stops, nobody knows, because it just doesn't stop. It's
again, you can't speak to what the history is while you're in it. You can only talk history in hindsight, the clearer 2020. And then it isn't even clear because everybody in times of war, we have talked about it, all sides engage in propaganda. And after the fact, all sides continue to want to write history the way they prefer it to be.
So we're taking bets here tonight? Like, is the Ayatollah dead or alive? What are the odds?
I think the odds are pretty good he's dead. They're even saying Ahmadinejad is dead, which I'd be happy with too. Send them to hell.
Yeah. What about Epstein?
But who comes? Yeah. Wow. Bye. Nice seeing you. Talk to you later.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Also, just as an aside, you remember how we reviewed Superman together?
Oh yeah.
I love doing that with you. I love doing that with you. I was looking to see what movies they're playing. This completely off topic, okay?
I just came back from the theater. I saw Scream 7.
Scream 7.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking at. You know what I was looking at? I was looking at Wuthering Heights.
Interesting, but I'll pass.
Pass? Why?
Yeah,
it's a classic. It's a
classic. Let it lie. Just let it lie.
Have you seen the trailer?
Yes, many times.
Did it make you cry?
No.
It made me cry. Dude, it looks like a great flick. It looks really, really good. You know one of my favorite movies of all time? Maybe my favorite movie of all time.
Love Actually?
No, but pretty close. Gone with the Wind.
Oh, yeah. Oh, great film. Yes.
Great love story.
Yes. Great film.
So
absolutely.
I saw the trailer for Wuthering Heights. I thought, my God, that looks like a fantastic, fantastic movie. And so I thought, I have to get Joseph to go see it so we can review it together.
Well,
and then we can have a bromance here.
Maybe I will.
Rekindle our bromance and talk about it. It was supposed to be a Valentine's Day release flick, right? But I didn't really take note of it until just the other night.
You know what is a great Valentine's release? I did see Solo Mio, Angel Film Studio Valentine release.
Okay.
Kevin James. Oh, great film. A lot of fun, funny, but romantic comedy flick. I loved it. It was great. Solo Mio. It takes place in Italy. I'll make you a deal. Yeah. You see that, I'll go see Wuthering Heights.
Solo Mio? I don't know if it's available here to see.
Oh, with Kevin James. Town. Yeah.
We're not
not, because it is Angel Studios, a Christian studio. It will be limited run. It won't be in theaters ever.
I don't think it's
but
running
hey,
in my
it's
town.
been a few weeks now. It should come to pay-per-view pretty soon. So
yeah. Okay, well, Wuthering Heights, man. I'm telling you, it's you can't go wrong with these. That's a classic novel.
Yeah. Well, I'm a
Great,
little I'm kind of
fantastic
over Margot
story.
Robbie. I didn't
No,
see it.
I didn't even
Yeah.
recognize her in the trailer. I was like, holy smokes, like what a
Cuz I
transformation.
actually
I think
loved her in Barbie. Barbie
I
was
didn't
great.
you went to see Barbie, but you went to see
We've
Wuthering
talked
Heights?
about that before. Yeah, I saw Barbie a few times. It's a hilarious fucking movie. It pokes fun at everything and everyone. It isn't a one. Yeah, is there some wokeism in it? Yeah, because it's part poking fun at it. Like I said
I don't
before,
care
the
really.
scene I like the most
I
in
just
Barbie is Will Ferrell plays the CEO of Mattel. It's
I
not
don't it
called
just
Mattel
I
though,
think that
but
I just
we're a
I guess
feminist
there's a lot
company.
there I'm sure there is a lot going on in the Barbie movie intellectually, like as much as it seems very shallow. I bet you I haven't seen it, but I
There's a
would think
lot of
there's a
good,
lot of
funny, deeper stuff. Yes.
yeah, a lot of pop culture
Right.
references and
Poking fun at the
yeah,
left, Will Ferrell, as the CEO says, standing there with the all male boardroom staff. We're a feminist company. Our
I just
janitor is female.
I couldn't I couldn't see myself sitting in the theater with a bunch of teeny boppers and like
There were actually quite a few adults because, again, it wasn't it wasn't really a kids' movie.
Wuthering Heights, man. I'm telling you, I bet you end up loving it if you go see it.
Maybe. I'll go see it. But yeah, Solo Mio, if you get a chance to see it, you got to see
and
that.
as much as Margot Robbie seems to be something of a sex symbol, she strikes me as being like a really, really talented actress. Like just very like I watched that trailer and I was like, is that really Margot Robbie? Because it was
Yeah.
like the face, everything. It was like a totally different human being, a totally different character. So anyway, maybe, and then I thought we could run one of the older versions on the
Right.
program, right? For people
Yeah.
to see that. So maybe share that as a Maverick Midnight Matinee. That's
Exactly.
why I thought it would be great to do that. But
Yeah.
anyway, so back to Iran briefly. Anything else that you can think of before
No. I thought I'd join in progress if you wanted me, and because I've got a couple of episodes of my show I need to be editing now.
Okay.
But I figured I'd at least join for a few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really glad that you did. Like, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to transition over to a broader discussion about our chat and censorship, free speech. We've had issues in our chat over the last few years. We're reflecting on that. We're trying to get people to call in and share their thoughts on what we should be doing with the program. And I'd love to have even a few minutes of your time over there to participate in that conversation as well, because I think that might be valuable if you want to participate.
I'll leave it for you Canuckistanian landers to argue.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, just a discussion. Not so much an argument. But it could break out into fisticuffs at any moment because, I don't know how many elbows up types we have over here, but in our audience, but a few of them will drop the gloves at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
So,
anyway. All righty.
Thank you, Joseph.
See
really
you later.
Appreciate it. Okay. See ya. All right. Joseph Leonard, author of Terror Strikes and regular contributor to Maverick News from the Motor City, Detroit. All right, let's shift gears. I have other stuff lined up for you tonight too, but I don't know if we'll get into too much of it. Some of it I think can be saved for even tomorrow. I have a whole thing about glyphosate, pesticides, herbicides, RFK Jr. I should just run a little bit of this on the Iran story. This just to give you some balance, and that's what I'm trying to do here, is present various points of view from Joseph's constitutionalist perspective all the way over here to Al Jazeera. Here we are.
Been listening for some years now. In fact, he's sounding like a broken record. But for the record, he has just said what the US and Israel did is illegal under international law, under the UN Charter, and what Iran has done in response, targeting the countries in the Gulf, also a breach of the UN Charter. A very clear declaration from the UN Secretary-General of international law. It's getting forgotten in all this, but clearly it's important.
Everyone's sovereignty being violated here.
Everyone's sovereignty being violated. And, of course, if you look at how this started, it was Israel and the US that started it. And he's saying that's a clear breach of Article 2 of the UN Charter.
What are we going to see today at the UN? Because you gave me a list of speakers earlier. This has been an emergency
today, obviously,
meeting of the United Nations Security Council that has been convened. They never get together on a Saturday evening. I mean, I know that sounds trivial given what's happening, but it just shows you the level of emergency because they do not typically do this.
Not normal for them to meet at the weekend unless it is an emergency. You are going to hear all of the ambassadors speak on the situation and their views on the situation. What I think is going to be interesting is that you are going to hear certainly the Europeans be very, very careful with their language. Yes, they're going to say they want to return to stability, they want the violence to stop, but none of them are going to criticise Trump. Bahrain happens to be the Middle East country on the Security Council at the moment. I think you can expect to hear Bahrain itself has come under attack. No criticism there. They are very, very wary of doing anything to upset President Trump. Another example, Pakistan currently sits on the UN Security Council. Normally, when Israel is involved in some sort of action, say against Iran, Pakistan would be among the first countries to object. But right now, Pakistan has a good relationship with President Trump. It has its own conflict going on right now with Afghanistan. I expect there'll be only a few countries that are actually going to raise the issue of international law, but they're important ones. They include permanent members of the UN Security Council, Russia, which of course many will say is breaching international law as well because of the war in Ukraine, but also the other big power in the world, China.
So we have the wheels of diplomacy turning in New York. Unclear what the result of that will be. I mean, we expect countries to stake out a claim and to make their positions known. No action, though, right?
No action. I mean, what is interesting is that the world had no say in this at all. This is an operation that President Trump is doing with only one other country, Israel. He's got none of his allies around him for this military operation. You look back at the previous military operations that we've seen from the US, big ones against Iraq, in 1991 and 2003. 1991, they built an alliance of 42 countries. 2003, they spent the best part of a year trying to get the world on board with the UN Security Council. They never got it in the end.
There's an alliance of two countries here.
An alliance of two countries. And remember, in those previous examples I've given you, Israel, although it supported the US, wasn't included as an ally because it was seen as too toxic to actually have them involved. And of course, they're the only country the US can rely on right now.
Ali Hashem, important questions that need to be asked right now about Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Okay, we're following multiple things at once, diplomacy in New York at the UN headquarters, and a real question mark over who's in charge in Iran and the fate of the supreme leader.
Well, absolutely. The Israelis are kind of showing certainty with respect to the fate of Ali Khamenei. On the other side, from the Iranian side, we're hearing from the foreign ministry and from different sources within the system that that's not true. However, there's no picture. Neither the Israelis are presenting a picture, neither Khamenei is producing a sound recording or a video, for example, to prove life. Now, regardless of this, within the system in Iran, there are these procedures that allow the system to continue even if the head is gone.
Are we sure of that?
Well, yeah, because the first thing, according to the Iranian constitution, the 111, it says that immediately if the leader is dead, then there is a council of three, the president, the head of the judiciary, and a third cleric from the Guardian Council who will be running the country. This is immediately. And given the fact in the last war in 2025, there was a lot being said about the killing of Khamenei, and there were 3 attempts on his life during that war. Khamenei at that time appointed 3 clerics to run the country in case of his death. So these things are already in place. And that's why it's clear till the moment that the command and control in Iran was not interrupted. At least the last time it was like 13 hours till Iran started retaliating. In this war, they started retaliating immediately. And it was clear that there is a plan. They know what they're doing. So for now, what we can say, regardless of Khamenei being dead or being alive, the system continues.
Let's bring in Sultan Barakat, Professor.
Okay, that's enough. What we will do is we will give you the most up-to-the-minute information here now. Okay. So the Iranian government has just declared 40 days of public mourning and 7 days of public holidays. In Iranian state media, the supreme leader of the revolution, Ali Khamenei, was killed. So now Iranian state media is shifting their position entirely, confirming that he is dead. Get you some maps. Here we go. Yeah. What else do we have going on? Just Israeli military saying they are targeting ballistic missiles in new raids in Iran. That posted just 28 minutes ago, and Khamenei's representative, Assad Kassir, publishes, "If the master is absent, a master will rise." So that was a half hour ago, and now just minutes ago, the Iranian government, 4 minutes ago, saying that the Iranian government has declared 40 days of public mourning, 7 days of public holidays, and 20 minutes ago, confirming that the supreme leader of the revolution, Ali Khamenei, has been killed. That's the most up-to-the-minute information tonight on the war in Iran. Let's take a brief break. We'll come back on the other side with Ian and all of you as we shift gears and pivot back to the conversation, to continue the conversation we were having last night about our chat, free speech, censorship, and what you guys think might need to be done to adjust things in the way that we operate around here. So stay with me. We'll be right back.
Greetings, brave mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals. Defenders of individual rights and freedoms. Credible. Trusted. Grounded in reality. Maverick News. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
This will only work if you participate. You can call in at 1-647-734-4220. Punch in that PIN number at 860-075-764, followed by the number sign or hashtag sign. And I will admit you to the conversation, to the meeting, the online convo that we will kick off with Ian and continue with you when you dial in to this number. Okay, Mavericks, it's call-in time. Join the conversation. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Exercise your right to free speech. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Maverick News. Call now. The world is watching and listening to you. All right, we have Ian on the line and at least one caller already. Let's go to the phones and to Ian. Hello, Ian. Rising Dragon, sir, I cannot hear you. No audio. No audio at all. I cannot hear you, sir. Who's on the phone?
It's me, Linda.
Linda!
Yes.
Hello. Okay, so two of our moderators here to discuss what we were discussing last night, extending the conversation about our
And
chat.
I encourage everybody in the chat to call in. The only way we learn is with you.
Yes, that's right. So it only works if you participate. It's an interactive medium. Many people eager to share their opinions in those chats from night to night, sometimes not so eager to call in and do it with their voice. But that's what we're here for, to give people a voice. That's sort of what free speech is about.
It's their chat. If they want to have a voice in their chat, now they need to come in and tell us what they want.
Yeah. And what am I seeing in the chat tonight? Okay, so where did we? Well, what I would like to do here tonight is, if we're going to continue this conversation, I would like to find a way to channel it so that it funnels down into something constructive, something that will help us moving forward, at least get some information so we can formulate a plan, or maybe I can come up with a way to address any of the concerns that have arisen over time as this experiment in free speech has evolved. The two of Ian, are you able to, can I hear you yet? Is you out? No, you don't have any audio.
Dragon, what did you do with your audio?
He has technical laryngitis.
Well, I'm seeing earlier in the chat, we've encouraged the chat all evening to call in, to voice their opinion. And I'm seeing here now, Serge is telling us that he thinks I'm fair. I'm glad he thinks that, but others don't think the same.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we have somebody else just joined us too. Who's on the line?
Hi, Rick. Hi, Dragon. Hi, Linda. It's Lindy Biggs.
Hello.
Hi, Lindy.
What's that?
I said hello.
Hello.
I said the same.
I didn't hear you, Linda.
I said the same. Hello, Lindy.
Oh,
good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Good to hear you.
Well, why don't you kick things off? Get the conversation started, Lindy. After listening to what you heard last night, what are you thinking about our chat? And does it need to be adjusted, or are our rules adequate? Should they change? What are you thinking?
Well, I think the rules are great. I think we need them. It's really hard for me to talk on the phone. It's easier to type. Hey, you're muted. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still
Well,
hearing
I
you.
can hear you.
Oh,
Ian's
okay.
back.
Okay, hi.
No, really.
Go ahead, Lindy. We're listening.
Okay, I think I'm just getting an overlap or something, or
Do you have the program playing in the background while you're on the phone? If so,
it's
turn the volume
playing, but
down.
it's what's that?
Turn your volume right off, and you'll get the feedback
it's in the
from the
headphones.
program.
Okay, so it's in the headphones. I can turn the headphones off, I guess. If that
Yes,
would that interfere?
Yeah, that's why
Okay.
it's confusing. It's hard to talk when you have a delay.
Okay, I just turned off the headphones.
There you go. But if you turn
All
the
right, there
headphones
we go.
off, how can you hear us?
I've got my phone on speaker.
Oh, okay, that's perfect then. Okay, good. There we go.
Okay, where the heck were we?
I was just saying, why don't you kick the conversation off? You started to talk about the rules, but I'm just interested in, what you're thinking overall to sort of begin things tonight.
Okay, so in my opinion, I think the rules are really important because I think that there are those out there that think freedom of speech or freedom of expression is just a license to be nasty. And help me out here.
No, I agree. That's what I've seen is people seem to think that free speech means now I can be, a racist, or I can be a jerk, or I can insult someone. I get to be an a-hole. That's what I'm getting from it. That's what people seem to think it means. That's not what free speech is. It doesn't mean it's a free for all and you get to just go around being a nasty person. That's not what free speech is about. Free speech is about being able to express your views, your opinions, engage in constructive discussions.
On global advertising. That's what.
So back to you, Lindy.
Oh, okay. I'm blanking again here. Yeah, well, that's why I think that it's really needed, and I think Dragon and Linda do an excellent job. And I mean, some people think that words don't hurt, but they do hurt, and they can, verbal abuse, bullying. It affects the brain as well. When somebody says something really nasty to you, your cortisol levels rise, and it can promote depression, anxiety. So words do hurt.
They can.
That's my opinion, anyway.
No, it is true.
Well, in a way, words hurt, and then there's other things like there's also for protection, where they're also to protect you. We tell you what you shouldn't be putting on there. Like personal information, too much personal information. That kind of gets in the way of people knowing where you are, how to attack you. Sometimes it just tends to drag on a bit as well. But we also know that some of these people are really hurting. Then there's a night when Dragon was attacked, and they literally came out and said, "We know where you live." So, there's things like that happen. So we're not only there to protect your free speech, we're also there to protect you.
Yeah.
Good way to put it.
So let me just refocus here a little bit, because we have had, I don't pay a lot of attention, but I did go in about a week ago into the system, and I saw like quite a long list of names of people who have now been banned from the program. And I thought, wow, like we started off never banning anyone, and I didn't count, but it's a long list of people who have been banned for whatever. I don't know why. It's just a long list of people, and fake names, and probably some real names, but a mix. And it just raises the question, are all these people banned for life? should we let anyone out of jail? I'm not sure what to do with all the banned people. I have a whole collection in the system, and I don't even know why they're banned in many cases.
Well,
right?
a lot of them, Rick, were banned way before I came into the chat. So I don't know why they were banned, but we do know some of them have been banned several times, and that's due to the fact that they were let back in and then taken back out. But their names are in there since way before I showed up.
Yes, there are some people in
And
there like
I'm
that.
not
Yeah.
sure, and I'm not sure what they were banned for myself. So,
Long ago for me to
it-
know, and
Exactly. And I'm thinking they were more or less along the lines of some of the people that were on YouTube that were really toxic, and I just don't touch them. You're there for a reason at the time. I don't know what it was, but the people that have been banned by me, which is very, very, very little that have banned on a permanent basis. Most of the people get a 5-minute timeout.
Yeah, I think that maybe if you got a long list, Rick, that they were banned for a reason. You and everybody gets many, many, many chances with the 5 minutes and things like that, and to get banned permanently, you had to done or said something pretty bad, and continue to do so.
Yeah,
I would.
I mostly can't say because I've tried to kind of be hands off on a lot of the stuff, and I don't know if I just don't know. I just don't know. So that's why we're doing this tonight. Ian, you've been involved in a little bit of the moderation. I don't know if you've ever banned anybody. You probably have banned a few people. I have no idea who's banned.
Actually, I never banned anyone. Gave probably a few 5 minutes in here and there, but never banned anyone. What I can tell, probably, well, I cannot speak for Linda, but maybe Linda, what she doesn't remember, or because there are so many people that we see every day, and not only the regular listener, but the other people sometimes comes around and act like pretty much little nutty guys. We'll say it this way politely. And they will provide some information, or they will try to get some links, or call for actions, revolution, stuff like that. So Linda will have to put an end to this, because we have a strict rule to not, well, Rick actually kind of don't want people to push for violence, right? So we're going to apply that to a T, to a certain degree. So
And somebody else just joined us. Who's on the line? Norfa.
Hi, Norfa.
Hi. I just had to call in because I know my dear Lindy always has said in the past I was very nervous about calling in, and you called in today, and I finally get to hear your voice, and it made me so happy, and I'm so proud of you.
Oh, thanks, Norfa.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So, like I was saying, Rick, also you got to remember on that list, we have people that put out links that are just to porn sites, whatnot. Those get a permanent ban. And we had quite a few of them that would pop in, and they would just continuously drop a link. Those are on that list as well.
Yeah. And some of them are just fake accounts. Some of them probably automated things too.
Well, there's also people that rename themselves to get in and do the same devilish stuff that they were doing beforehand. But, and those people end up on a permanent ban, whereas everyone else gets a 5-minute timeout.
Yeah.
And now we can actually just delete a comment now if they use foul language. But if they continuously do it, then they get 5-minute timeout.
So what about, what I've done here, sort of pushing people over to the other channel? Is that I've kind of come to the conclusion that it's like tropical fish. You can't mix certain kinds of tropical fish or they eat each other.
Actually, you're right. It's a great analogy. And you know what you have done in a certain way is curating a echo chamber.
Separate aquariums.
Exactly. Because look, I don't like to be in a toxic environment with high pH, right? Like I said yesterday with the water, right? pH has an importance. If
Yeah,
I go
I just don't want a grouper to come along and eat me. That's,
well, if I go to Twitch or Rumble too, I'll get eaten up like a little fish, like Nemo with sharks, right? When I'm with Rumble One, I have some fun because I can put some laugh, I can put some emojis to say, look, I'm just joking around, guys. It's just pure humor. So let's laugh.
There's a good way of fixing that, Dragon. You just turn around and put a laugh out loud at the end or a bunch of happy faces. Everybody knows that you're joking around at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't, you know my kind of ways, right? At the end of the day, you also know me a little bit from the camera. But at the end of the day, also, when I write things, I give a little bit of a, say, how can I put that? I will put a disclaimer to how I think about the thing. Is it an opinion? Is it a thought? Is it just a joke? So you can see where I'm at in my brain. Because sometimes, and I don't remember exactly who said that, but when you type in, you don't know what's the context. Are you joking? Are you being serious? Are you being angry? Are you being whatever, right? So it's probably a good thing we should do.
Is Rumble, the main Rumble channel, is the chat in there functioning well now? Is it, well, I'll just leave it at that. Anybody?
I'll let the regulars answer that for us because we're mods. And I want to hear what they think before we say what we think.
Sure. Well, we have a couple of people here now. Lindy, is it working well in Rumble 1?
I think it's working great. It's a heck of a lot better than it used to be. It was horrible before.
Yeah.
And you couldn't say anything, and it was just, you were just ripped apart constantly. I think this is so much better.
Norfa?
Yes, I agree with Lindy 100%. That particular group, they were cutting people so low, all because of the difference of opinion on a certain subject. And the name calling was so out of control, and it took away from the program, of course. And so I'm actually really glad that they're gone, because the group that listens now is a very mature audience, very friendly, kind. Sometimes there are many debates, but we all talk through them and explain ourselves accordingly, which makes it a much nicer chat. And I just want to add that I adore Linda. She does a fantastic, top-notch job. She takes no guts from anyone, and I respect her immensely for that. And thank you, Linda. You do amazing.
Thank you, Norfa.
Thank you, Norfa. You're welcome. And Dragon, of course, the love of my life and my heart. You too.
Oh, you have to get in line. I think that I think he's got quite a few suitors lined up there.
Not that much, actually. She could be first in line.
That's okay. I'll wait my turn.
That's the Rick Tinder line now.
Oh my God. Let's see. Speaking of romance, has anyone here seen Wuthering Heights?
No, but I sure want to.
Yeah, I just see.
I've never seen it, and I definitely want to see it.
Yeah, I just. Sorry, all you alpha male, super masculine types, but I just think it's a classic story, and I just want to see the movie. I just think I just want to watch it. It looks great. So
My mom fell in love with what was the name of what was the title again? Ghost Story. That was a love story.
Ghost Story?
Yep.
What?
Patrick
I have to
Swayze
watch that
basically.
one.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
with
Patrick Swayze with his girlfriend getting mugged on the street.
Yeah. Demi Moore.
Patrick Swayze dies basically, and his ghost basically protect his girlfriend from to go along the game. Yeah, that was a beautiful movie. But personally, my favorite, Schindler List.
Oh yeah.
Eyes opener, a real eye opener.
I think I know what these girls here like, and that's supernatural. Anything supernatural.
Yes.
I like supernatural in general.
Well, what? Any other thoughts on this chat situation?
Well, I know we have a lot of people from across the border. We have people from both sides of the scenario in the chat, and we give everybody a voice. And there is people that are in there like Serge and Rosemary and others, that even Rusty Wiener. They all have on one side of the spectrum compared to everybody else on a different spectrum. And not everybody agrees with everyone, but they can have a civil discourse with us and be adults. They don't lose it too often, but the odd time we have to give them a timeout. And they understand. They're very respectful of the chat. So if everybody can respect the way they do, then I wouldn't mind having other people in the chat if they could do the same.
Right. I'm thinking, and you just brought a good point, and I'm realizing something. Let's have a thought experimentation for a moment. You have some toxic people on a chat and some good people, but in the chat or the people that reads it, you have one, say, autistic person or someone with some mental disability, which reads it and takes the message to another level, if you will. How does that, what is the consequences of that can happen? So we have to be careful of what we say and look at the consequences, maybe, I think, to a certain degree.
And I do have to say this, Rusty Wiener, I'm going to correct that. They do state it's pronounced Rusty Weiner.
No, it's not.
I know it's spelled that way.
It is what it is. He's just playing a word game. He knows exactly what it is, and it's Rusty Wiener 1. And I feel very, very sorry for him because it sounds very painful.
Don't forget, it's a she.
Hang on, just, you know what? I've got something for Rusty Wiener. Just one moment. Okay. You know, the squeaky wiener gets the WD-40. So I just,
oh my God,
what a weird place this is. I just, there's just one problem. Okay. If I spray this, it will start to dissolve and fall off. Okay. So it breaks the rust up. So be careful. Be careful what you say. I'm armed and dangerous.
Where is this conversation doing?
Well.
Where are we going with that conversation?
We're going into the gutter. Ian, straight to the gutter.
Hey man,
And it's
I've
not
got the arsenal of of freedom in my garage. I've got grinders, welders. I can take care of you, man. Come on over. I'll fix you up. I've got experience with body work. I know how to get her done. Okay. I'll spray it with some base coat, clear coat. We'll make it shine, baby. And wait till I buff it. Oh my God. You want metallic? I just
What kind of finish you want?
I'll get one of my pinstriping friends to come over and put some flames on it for you. Okay. The ladies will love it.
Shall I continue? Canada tried to ban WD-40, right?
I don't. Yes, go ahead. Stop me, please.
It's Northwest. Now, I normally would not say this kind of thing, but it is really cute. My husband, I just want him to, like, it's not bad, but it's very cute. So I just want him to say this thing he just said to me. I think you'll find it very neat and cute, funny. Bart, go ahead.
Well, the ash is death to death. If it wasn't for women, our dinky would rust.
I don't know. I'm getting a little old for all of it, to be honest with you. So it's just, I might have a heart attack before we're done here just talking about it.
What I would like to know if anybody in the chat would like something changed.
Yeah.
Good question. And I'm looking at the chat. So go ahead, guys. Hit me with your answers.
WD-40 and transmission fluid?
Serge, I'll leave you with that.
I don't even want to know what Serge uses that for.
Dragon. Ian?
Sure. Yeah.
You started saying something a few minutes ago about mental health.
Yes.
And how there may be people that have a mental health issue. Is that what you're saying? And maybe we take things wrong, or how do you handle somebody who says things and then it's like, I didn't say that. They totally deny it. It's like what they said wasn't an insult to begin with, and they get really angry when you retaliate, or I'd say fight back. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, I don't know if there's any people in the chat that has, any mental disability of any kind. What I'm thinking of is that I put my place or my foot into somebody else's that could be around here that we don't probably see on the chat, that don't interact much with us, but reads the chat and probably interact also with Rix to a certain degree by listening, right? So that's the message that the people bring on the chat probably can be perceived to a certain degree in a bad way, which could trigger something. And that's my thoughts where I was going. So basically, if I say something like, let's rise up and have, our voice listen or being heard, something like this, somebody can translate that to something else and probably make something completely out of what I don't want to, like create violence or something like that. So it's important to be careful with our words or how we say things, right? So it's the same things with the chat. So that's how I feel. It's like, should I be careful of what I say on the chat, not to trigger someone that might have another idea of what I say? It's maybe a good idea.
When I get phone calls from people who say, please unban me, I got banned and it's just not fair. And I'm like, I don't want to be involved. I want to be hands off. I can't monitor this, but at the same time, I have wondered if we should have a mechanism in place where things can be reviewed. But I thought if that were to happen, we would need, I would sort of need some people to handle something like that. To review things for people if someone really felt they were treated unfairly. I mean, if this was a court of justice, right, a criminal court or a traffic court, whatever, night court, then people might have some recourse for appeal. But right now we have sort of a judgment, and that's as far as it goes, and that's it. So yeah, I don't know if that's fair or not.
Has somebody got their feed on?
Yes, somebody does have their audio up, so we're getting sort of a delayed audio feedback thing going on a bit. I think it might be you, Lindy, maybe. Not sure.
Everything's turned off.
Do you have the volume of the program turned off?
Yeah.
Because you'll hear it through your phone.
No, it's everything's turned off, muted, done.
Okay.
Don't know. Anyway, we'll just continue on. Or maybe it's Norfa. I don't know who it is.
No, I don't have anything on. I don't even have your show on.
Well, I live in the bunker, so everything's off, and I live in the bunker, so I'm good.
Yeah.
Rick, I think that would actually be possibly a good idea to have someone reviewed after so much time. But we have to remember that you're bad for a reason, because I find you to be extremely open and offering people to speak their mind on your show. Very generous in that matter. So I think a review after a certain amount of time is definitely, I think, a great idea. But again, you're there for a reason. Like, people aren't bad for no reason. You did something to put yourself there. So.
Yeah. So what do you guys think that process might look like if we were to put something like that in place? Should we ask, a couple of people to be arbitrators, or people in positions to review such things? I don't know that I'm the right person to do that myself. I prefer not to, because then it just puts me at odds with you guys, So I don't know.
And how would you go about that? Like transcripts or screenshots or?
I suppose if somebody calls in to ask for I'm going to just try muting this for a moment. Maybe that makes the difference. I'll figure out who's doing it so I can.
I hope it's not me, but everything's muted.
I don't know. I don't know. I muted Norfa. So when you want to talk again, Norfa, you got to turn your mic back on. It seems to have stopped. So maybe just mute your mic when you're not speaking. So I don't know. Maybe if somebody wants a review, they request it, and then it can be reviewed. And we'd have to work out criteria to, protocols to make sure people are treated fairly. You'd have to talk to the person who, the mod that banned them, I guess, to find out what the hell happened. And but that could turn into a dog's breakfast too. And the next thing you know, you've got a whole slew of these things tying up everybody's time and energy. And
I have time. The thing is, like, even last night when we were on Rumble 2, there was a lot of people that I was trying to help get into the chat, and they were stating that it was by the creator that they were muted. I think that had to do with when we closed off Rumble 2 and moved everybody away. There was people that were there that just sat silently but not in the chat.
Okay.
And they got moved out of there. So that
Actually,
happened in Rumble too. But I think with Rumble 1 and 2, we were having issues with Rumble 1 not working, but Rumble 2 was. So it could be a part on Rumble's part as well that's creating some of it.
I can probably answer to your question because you know back when I was not yet a moderator a few weeks ago, I did said few things that you were trying to tone me down on, and you gave me a 5 minute. And when you give me a 5 minute, it says that Rick, basically the moderator, not the moderator, but the host of the show, basically give me a 5 minute when it's you actually who's giving me a 5 minute. So is it in that kind of coding which would apply to this or not? I don't know.
I don't know. And I know there's times when Rick has went in, because before we put you as moderator, that there's times that Rick has went in and removed somebody from the chat that I missed.
Yeah. Okay.
And like, we still have to get you as moderator on Rumble 2 in case we have to use Rumble 2 again.
Yeah.
Because like, there's not every night that I can be on, because lately I've been having a lot of issues with pain and whatnot, and I can't be on. And we always have a moderator in there, and if Rumble 1 didn't work, then you'd need to be on Rumble 2.
Yeah. Yeah. I see. Yeah. So it's a it's a new deal, guys.
Like, we're learning too.
Oh yeah.
Rumble is really complicated. Sometimes it keeps changing things, and Rick's got the 2 channels, so sometimes it'll show one, but it won't. It'll show, like last night it was showing him both were running, but we know one wasn't running, only 2 was. So Rumble has its complications.
Yeah, and that's where we ask ourselves, is it just a glitch from all the interconnection of all multimedia that Rick's use, or is it an hack or something along these ways? So hard to tell.
There's another scenario to that as well, Ian. A while back, we had a person that was a moderator, and they made a new name for themselves, and they created themselves a mod status with that new name. So we could have somebody sitting in the background as mod, and we don't even know it.
Okay.
That took a long time to figure out. And I had to search for that person's name, but I had to wait for them to show up in the chat to be able to remove them, because they were deleting people. Oh, wow. We've got a lot of hackers, and they do it in a lot of fun ways. Let me tell you, they make a new name, and they come back into the chat. At one time, Rick had different moderators, and they made new names and added themselves as a mod with a new name, and they stayed there. It took me a month and a half to find that one person that was used a new name and made themselves a mod. And that was a long process.
Wow. I can barely turn the computer on.
Let me tell you, it's fun.
That could explain maybe a few things. Okay. I don't know how to check that out, but okay. Yeah.
I can even tell you who the person was. It was PDS 10, and he had made a second name for himself, and he made himself a mod on that second name. And he was so nice and kind to jump into the chat that one night. And I went, now I know what's going on. I clicked on him and I removed him, and it went straight to PDS 10.
Wow.
I remember that other night when there were that one guy, hey, can I be a mod too? Yeah. Why?
Yeah. Like, they have strange ways of doing things. Like, if they don't attach the chat when Rick is having columns where we've put up our faces and everything, They would come in, they'd talk real nice to him on the phone, and as soon as he put the screen, he'd get pornographic images. Yeah,
Oh, I
it was-
remember that one. Holy moly. Twice it
Yep.
happened, didn't it?
Yep. Yep.
Within a minute of each other or something?
Yep. So they're just out there, the clowns of the classroom, and sitting them back, waiting to figure out how they can destroy the channel, destroy the chat. They attack the chat because they don't like free speech. They don't like what Rick's putting out, where you can vote this crap away. They don't want him saying this because that's not what they want to hear. They want to hear that, hey, we can be the 51st state. We can separate.
Yeah, and yet other chat lines and things, it seems that they just can say whatever they want and they don't get shut down, they don't get demonetized, and they're toxic, and they seem to stay on just fine.
They don't care.
I will say it.
Said in the chat.
I will say it like this, like I say often. I think there's a few of them also that will attack Rick because probably he's onto something that some people don't want him to be like sniffing into, and his flair kind of, put him into the right direction, and they don't like what he says. You know what I'm saying? That makes him someone dangerous because, well, not dangerous as Rick is all full of weapons. No, his knowledge is dangerous for those people. Those people don't want Rick to put them out exposed and all that. So,
yeah, they don't want to be exposed for what they are.
That's it.
Does anybody remember when the convoy happened and Zilla was running the channel for the convoy? They had these people that would come in. I'm trying to remember what we called them back then. It'll come to me at some point. But they used to come on and they would do some really nasty things. They would do pornographic stuff, shoot out pictures, verbally sexual innuendos were going on. And then they would dox people. And they would post the chats in the YouTube and whatnot. That's all done for clicks. So if they can destroy a channel on Rumble and YouTube and whatnot, and then you bring it to their channel and it's done for clicks. The more clicks you get, the more people you get.
Yeah, well, sometimes I say it, and Rick can probably attest to that. I've been saying that since 1990, the way to be a gentleman is to be sometime kind of a, well, piece of something. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's how things goes nowadays. And it's, well, part of the equation, I think.
Well,
and then you have Rumble has their own bots. Well, they'll put them in the chat. Sometimes those bots aren't bots. They're put in there to see if there's anything derogative, like incitement going on. That's Rumble's way of protecting its own assets.
Ah.
Okay. I didn't thought of that, but that's crafty.
Well, we're only given the use of their program. They're completely responsible, just like GP Chat. They're responsible for the content they put out. So they have to watch what's going on in the chat. There's a lot of chats that they got to watch.
Yeah.
A lot of that's automated. I mean, it is mostly automated. They just have keywords that are automatically flagged that then raise alerts. So they have systems, and then they have humans that intervene or review things if it reaches a certain level through the automated systems. It isn't just somebody sitting there, looking over your shoulder or monitoring what you're doing online all the time. It's It's Big Brother, but it's all digital. It's AI.
Yeah, and then you have a human person that'll go in and check what those bots have found, where they found it,
Mhm.
and then they check to see if what they're saying was derogatory or should be monitored.
Yeah.
And then at that point, like YouTube, they'll shut you down. Most of the time, YouTube is just shutting down people because of complaints that have been put in. Those are put in by people that want to shut down the chat, want to shut the channel down. They'll call in and they'll complain and complain and complain. They could make 50 calls, claim there's somebody else, and that'll shut down the chats. That'll shut down the channel.
Yeah, mass campaign of report. Or
That's right.
yeah.
Well, I opened the phones. I've asked for people's feedback, and
I've posted the number, and
I
post
I
it again.
see people whining and complaining from time to time, and people calling and complaining to me over my phone after programs, but none of them have phoned in tonight or last night. So
no. And most of them try to distract both me and Ian, and I will remind that person, stop distracting the mod, because we've got a lot to read. But when somebody keeps distracting us in the chat, we miss things. And we try really hard. Then we have to scroll all the way back up, read, catch on, because there's not one conversation going on in the chat. It's like 50,000 different little conversations. And if you miss what the conversation was, it could be pertaining to the program. It could be pertaining to just something that 2 or 3 people are chatting about in the chat. So when they start distracting us in the chat, then we miss something. Then we're told, hey, there's a troll in the chat, so we got to scroll back to find out who it is. But when somebody keeps distracting, boom, you get a 5-minute timeout. You do it more than once, actually more than 3 times, because we are very, very nice on giving chances. You'll get 5-minute timeout. Then afterwards, we've just had enough. It's like, okay, see you tomorrow. Then you can't chat in the chat. You can still watch the program. You just can't be part of the chat for that night.
So just in review, do we need to change, do we need to revise the rules? Or are they kind of okay, sort of in the loosey-goosey kind of way that they are right now?
I'm going to repost the rules in the chat, Rick.
Mhm.
And I'm going to let everybody in the chat be in to whether those rules need to be changed. So, chat, there's your rules. Is there anything in that needs to be changed?
No links in the chat, no name calling, no incitement, which means violence. Please misspell foul language. Please be respectful, and no attacks.
I think that's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think it's fair. Most of the people I see on the chat are agreeing with the thing that we do. Actually, on Rumble 1, because this is where I spend most of my time. But yeah, I think we're on the good track. And I mean, if some people have something to say, I mean, look, I'm open to conversation. I could give you my email, so you can email me if there's some complaint. I can accept to look into it, and we can assess to it.
I'm seeing in the chat, Rusty, in the rules, name calling and incitement are too vague. Well, name calling, don't call somebody an idiot. Don't call them anything that might offend them. Don't call them a Nazi because, hey, maybe they're not, you know? Then there's also incitement. Well, when you tell someone to grab a gun and let's go and rise up, that's incitement. Go after the police, that's incitement. You know, anything that causes violence, that's incitement. That's what we mean by no incitement. Somebody else had said something after that. Looking,
even a protest
to B51. Why no links? If they're relevant, we have told people that if they, like Rick's talking about something and they have a link for it, but he doesn't, I will have, and I have in the past, told them, okay, if you have a link to this one time, put it up and I can give it to Rick. That way he can check the link out, I can check the link out, and he will put it up. But most of the time, some of these links are from bots to bring you to a site. So that's why we say no links.
The other reason we don't post links is because sometimes links are meant to send somebody to someplace to buy something or to promote channels where I'm not interested in promoting those channels for a lot of different reasons,
Exactly.
because sometimes they're promoting really dark and negative and even violent things. And but I don't have the time to check out all of these links to see if it's safe or not safe, where people are being sent. People post things in here to be contradictory to what our program is about, to attract you guys. I keep telling you, you guys are valuable. Your vote matters. You vote every day with what you buy, what you eat, where what shows you watch. Being in here is voting. You're voting by spending your time here, and they people want access to you. They want access to the audience, to you. They want access, so they come in and they try to get access to you through the chat. So I'm protective of that, and some of these links are meant to pull you away to competing channels. Not that I'm afraid of competition, but I just don't want to expose people to really harmful things. If you want to go find it yourself, that's up to you. But I don't need to make this platform available to people who want to post destructive things. And I don't have the time to check every link to make sure that it's being done for in good faith. And who's just joined us on the line?
Hi, Rick. It's Brian. Brian
Hey.
Howell.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, pretty good. Pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, I enjoyed some of the show earlier, the interviews, and tuned out, and I was watching another podcast, a music podcast that I like, and click back on, and then you're into this chat room thing. I have a question for you. Why don't you reopen the YouTube chat room?
The reason I haven't is because the people who were attacking were doing it with what was clearly the intent of having the channel shut down. So they were posting things in there that were so toxic that it was causing problems with YouTube, right? And it was getting us strikes. So if I just left it open, we were going to lose the channels. So I had to shut it down to save the channels. It was that bad. So I've been reluctant to reopen those chat areas on YouTube because YouTube is very restrictive, as social media platforms go. It leaves the channels vulnerable.
Why is it only Maverick News? There are other podcasters there, either left wing or right wing. They don't seem to have any problem with their chat rooms on YouTube.
Well, we did. I can only tell you that
I know you did,
we
but
absolutely
why?
did. Probably because we bring people on from various sides of stories. As I've said before, if you want to build a channel, you go down one road, right? And you're either on the left or you're just on the right, or you're pro-Trump. And so you're promoting these things. This is why we're getting so much polarization politically. But I bring people on from across the spectrum. I had Michael Bader on tonight, and we had the trans activist on a week or two ago. So I mean, there's two very different views, and then we get people who get angry on both sides and attack. I mean, I'll tell you what, don't ask me, go ask the people who have been trying to destroy the channel and you'll find your answer there. I can't speak for them. I can only respond and react and do what I had to do to protect things. And it's not like I shut the chat down. It's just over on Rumble or in Twitch or on Rumble too. It's like I'm not, and it's not my fault Go talk to them. They're the ones, the people causing the problems are the ones who took everyone's voice away. Don't blame me. Like, I'm not saying you're blaming me, but I mean, like, if someone's looking for someone to point a finger at, I know that I take it on the chin. Like, that guy doesn't believe in free speech. He shut down the chat. No, they shut down the chat because they were malicious. They were destructive. They were engaged in vandalism. They were the ones who were coming on the show when I was opening it up so wide that we just posted the video link so people could join the calls by video. And what did they do? They wait till I click on to let them come on to the program, and then they have a guy with a giant, you know what, from a porn on the program. So that's what was going on. And how can I? So now we don't just put the video link up. I have to have people phone in, and even this is a problem sometimes. Just even allowing people to call in.
Can I elaborate on that, Rick?
Sure, go ahead.
There's a couple weeks ago, we had an incident that happened in YouTube. You posted a video about weapons that were used, and you got the channel strike that shut the channel down in YouTube. This was a video that was widely publicized, but the only reason the channel got shut was because people called in and complained.
Yeah, that was the incident with ICE and the shooting, right?
Yeah.
And because there was an image of the officer taking the gun away, and so I ran that video as part of the program, and I got a ban on YouTube just for that. And I appealed it, and for the first time ever, after a week, or was it a week or 3 days, my appeal actually came out in my favor. It's the only time that's ever happened. They said, we've reviewed it and we've decided that you didn't violate the rules. But we were banned, I think it was for 3 days, and it was supposed to be at least a week for that single incident. But that wasn't like malicious. That was just me. And I said, I hope that this doesn't cause a problem. And it was widely distributed. Even mainstream media was running, in some cases, that exact clip. But it got us a strike. Pretty weird.
You know what? I don't want to talk trash about my generation in general. But there's a thing that I don't know why, and that's something that I've observed in general in society. There's this generation it's in my gap of generation where people, when they don't like someone or something that they do, they will try to struck that down till it crumbles, just for the pinch of it, just because it's make them happy to see your stuff going down. So, I mean, that's in my generation of 40 years old-ish, right? I'm 45, so make your math. But if you have kids of kids and whatnot that does repeat the same pattern and does, the new generation does even worse than my generation to struck you down, how does that affect someone like you? I'm asking that question because that's a thing I've seen all my life. People trying to shut me down, trying to put some stick in my wheels just to look at my machine cogs going nuts. Yeah. So.
Okay. I'm not sure I understand. Is that a question directed at me, or just a question, or?
Well, I'm looking at it as a situation, as how our generation or how some people in general don't like what they're seeing, what you're exposing, right? So how will they hurt you by trying to put some cogs, but some sticks into your wheels, if you will, and create problem into your project? And that's what I'm observing to a certain degree, and it's a big attack, and I mean, just not one small attack. It's on all prong.
Brian, I look at other channels, especially larger channels, and I don't know how they do it, but I'll look and it'll have like all thumbs up, like 700 thumbs up, right? And no thumbs down, no negative comments. It's just all positive. And yet they're talking politics. And I'm like, how does that happen? Because over on our platform, It doesn't, like, every night we get a split one way. So I know that some people just come in there every night just to do that, to be a, jerk. So they just, before the program even starts, they give it a thumbs down every night.
Yeah, myself, I usually watch it on the YouTube feed because I find it's cleaner, it's crisper, it doesn't freeze up like Rumble.
Yeah.
And in the past, I've tried to get into the Rumble chat, and it's just very, very difficult. So I gave up. So,
I would be, I'm not opposed to trying to open it up again. I'm just nervous, and it creates another channel that needs to be monitored. And the rules might need to be a little bit different in there too, so that we don't get into trouble with YouTube. Keeping in mind that, everyone's saying that you're in my home or my living room, but I'm just a renter ultimately, because I don't own YouTube and I don't own Rumble either, right?
So
because the Rumble chat seems it doesn't, like the YouTube, it seemed fun, and Rumble's chat just seems dull. I mean, when I was in the YouTube chat, I mean, I actually had fun with this one guy in there, called himself Trumpinator, and I'd push his buttons a little and ask him how's that golf game at Mar-a-Lago going, and he'd retaliate with some comment, go back to the Harris's.
I'm gonna mute. I think I'm not sure if it's Lindy but I'm gonna mute you again because that's where the feedback's coming from. So when you need to speak, just turn your mic back on. But while people are speaking, go ahead, Brian.
Okay, yeah, I'm finished. Yeah.
Okay.
So Rick, there was a couple questions that came up in the chat. Sharon, question to Rick. What do you think of those who complain or whine, hesitate to call in tonight or last night? Stop taking personal calls from them then.
Mm-hmm. When people call, I get a lot of phone calls through the day for a lot of different reasons. So I tend to just pick up. And when I just pick up, I don't really screen my calls because I have to grab them quickly before the calls drop off. So I don't know who I'm going to get on the end of the line or why. And usually when somebody is calling with a concern like that, it's not somebody that calls every day. I don't know. It's just a number that comes up on my call display, right? Usually. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I don't know who it is. I better pick it up. Could be important. So I just pick up.
And second thing in the chat is DBM 4747. Came out with the comment. I'm going to ask everybody that's on the panel here. Notice even on the phone line, Linda needs to constantly control and speak over the rest of the people involved. Does anyone find that?
Like tonight? Like in here?
Yep.
No.
Yep.
No.
I gave them the phone number. They can call in and argue the point with me, but hey, we're waiting for the phone to ring.
Yeah, that's right. Speak now. This is your chance.
Speaking of phone numbers, Lori on channel 2 asked me if there's a toll-free number so she can join in. So
yeah, I can give her a toll-free number. How can I get that to her? I don't know if I want to give it out to everybody. I will.
I got an idea.
Yeah.
I can probably send that to me on email. I'll take the email, send that to Lori on X because I got a message on with her. I can DM her. So
I think I have her email address actually.
Even better.
Pretty sure I have a couple of email addresses for Lori. A bunch of them.
Lori's just saying right now in Rumble 2, her cell phone carrier does not allow international calling, so I'm not able to call a Canadian number.
Yeah, it's okay. This is a U.S. Canada toll-free line that I have for the business, but it costs me money every time. But it's cool. I will give it out to her.
May I promote you? Text now. It's U.S. Canada free. Free plug to text now.
And
Oh,
there it
God.
goes. Okay, so I just emailed it to her email addresses. I am going to take a little break. We'll come back, and I expect Lori will join us on the other side of this.
Brightleaf Innovations is excited to offer our newest investment opportunity. The Turn Easy Bed Storage Solution.
Turns with a touch, spins all the way around. Every little thing you need is easy to be found. No more clutter, no more mess on the floor. Just spin it, reach it, you don't search anymore. Turn easy bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day. It custom shelves for your books or your tech. Cozy space for your treasures to protect. Built-in power when you need to recharge. Smart design that makes your bedroom feel large. Turn easy bed, spin your world around. Storage made simple, the best you found. Shelves your way, keep the mess away. Charge it, store it, night or day.
Designed and developed by Brightleaf Innovations. Proudly Canadian and patent pending in North America. Turn Easy Bed transforms how you live.
To learn more about this innovative new product idea and exciting investment opportunity, call 519-784-0222 or visit brightleafinnovations.com.
Okay, no call yet. When she calls, it will come in here on this line because it is different. And did we lose somebody on the call?
You lost Lindy. She's way behind on stuff.
Oh, okay.
But she said thank you for the call in.
All right. Well, thank you to Lindy. And yeah, I did email Lori, so I guess I could go over here and see what's going on the other channel. I have to open up that so I can see what's going on in there. Okay. Well, it says, yeah. I can send it to you too, Ian, if that's
Sure.
easier for her. I don't know. Hang on. I'll email it to you.
Cool. I'll relay a message.
Okay. And
The funny things of doing things on the fly, guys. I'm good at this.
I'm watching the bed right now, so I guess we've got a delay.
Oh, yeah, very likely. Yeah. Okay, there you go, Ian. Yeah, we're live though.
There you go. Should be coming in. There we go.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see. So rules are basically okay, I guess, sort of the way they are so far from what I'm hearing from everybody, and maybe have some sort of a process in place so people can appeal to a court, to a higher court. And is there anything else that we need to address with regard to the chat? And Brian, I guess we lost Brian too. Did we lose Brian or did we lose Norfa?
No, I'm still here. I muted.
Oh, I see. Okay. And there we go. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hi, Rick.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello, how are you?
I feel like I'm saying good night to John Boy on the wall.
Let me make sure I've got the volume up as loud as it goes. It seems a little bit low, but I hope everyone can hear you. Can you guys hear her okay?
Can you hear me
I
better
do
now?
fine. Yeah, I do fine.
Okay, everybody
Hello?
says you're fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me, Rick?
I can hear you.
Well, happy we blew up the Ayatollah Day.
Yes. I hadn't thought of it that way, but he blowed up real good. I shouldn't say that. That's
We blowed him up real good.
SCTV.
We done blowed his ass up.
Yeah. Well.
Wow, we've been waiting, what, 47 years for that? Oh, wrong Ayatollah.
Yeah,
One of them
they
died
got a
already.
new guy in there, but yeah.
Well, not anymore.
Yes.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Oh, well.
He done blowed up.
Indeed.
So I missed
yeah.
the first part of the show. How are you feeling about this military action, this second strike on Iran?
Uneasy, because I just don't know where it'll go, and maybe it will generate retaliation, maybe terrorism. Who knows what might come of it? So yeah, obviously it's just these things have a way of persisting and escalating sometimes too, right? So I'm just worried, a little bit worried. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I'm worried about our personnel. Obviously, American personnel is all over the Middle East, and Iran, in retaliation, they bombed, 6 other countries?
Yes. Yeah. That's kind of what I mean too, right? Is spilling over already into other countries. You always get.
I'm asking myself something.
Yeah.
What is that Trump
Ian, she can't hear you, by the way. This is a one-way conversation. This is the problem with this system, right? If you call in here, they can hear you, but you can't hear them. Lori.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can't hear them at all.
But that's okay. You go ahead. We're all listening to you. You've got us on the edge of our seats.
Oh, well, I was just more curious to hear your thoughts on the events of the last 24 hours and wondering if you'd slept a wink because, of course, Trump decided to start a war in the middle of the night when everyone is usually sleeping. Yeah. I work overnight shift, so I was up for all of that in the early morning hours, but I just wondered if you got any sleep last night, or did you find out this morning when you woke up?
I didn't know overnight. I didn't know until I woke up this morning. Then I thought, well, maybe I should just jump on right away. But I thought, no, I'm going to digest some of this before I say anything about it. When I first woke up, everything I was seeing was fog. It was so hard to determine what was real and what wasn't online. I was very reluctant to just jump on there willy-nilly and start opening my mouth and showing people videos of things I hadn't reviewed or didn't know what it was. Too risky. I would no doubt have made mistakes. So I just waited until tonight.
No, I don't blame you a bit, especially with so much fake AI and old videos that are always inevitably posted on social media. Just like when we did this last summer, when we did the bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities.
Yeah.
You know, I was hearing rumors as early as 4:00 in the morning that they had succeeded in killing the Ayatollah, but nobody was confirming it. No official source was confirming it. Israel wasn't confirming it. The United States certainly wasn't. Trump didn't confirm that until late this afternoon. So I didn't want to report it. There was no way that I could report it until it was confirmed by some semi-official source that I trust.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, you know who got the story first and got it right?
No, I don't.
Fox News.
Fox News, of course.
Fox News.
Well, they have kind of
And
an inside track with the White House these days, right? So
Exactly. Right.
I knew from the
I
enforcer.
believed it when I saw Fox News say that it was confirmed, because I'm like, yeah, I'd say Fox probably has the best source inside the Pentagon, considering our Secretary of War used to work there. and half the Trump administration used to work there at Fox News.
yes, yeah, that's true.
So yeah, I didn't believe it until I saw it on Fox. Then I'm like,
hot damn, we actually got him.
Yeah,
I'm not sad about that.
I understand.
I'm definitely not sad about that. But you know, I'm conflicted because I hate wars. I've always been a peace activist. I certainly don't want to blow up the Middle East. We just got things sort of stabilized. We finally got Hamas and Israel and Hezbollah to stop fighting for a little while. And I was kind of hoping this whole Board of Peace thing, is as bad as it is, might work. But it looks like the Board of Peace got bored of peace.
Pretty quick.
Get it? Well, yeah, they got bored. They got bored of peace.
I was gonna buy a seat on there, but I didn't have $1 billion laying around to pay my dues.
What, they didn't offer you an honorary membership where you don't have to pay the dues?
I know, weird, eh? It's probably
totally
because I say
that
A too
honorary
much.
membership. It's not fair that they didn't offer that to you. I'm pretty sure that didn't they offer a membership to Putin free of charge?
I believe they did, yeah, and the Pope too, I think, and he declined.
Yeah, they didn't have to pay.
Yeah.
And Netanyahu, but he didn't want any part of it.
So
I don't think he wanted anything to do with this Board of Peace project. But I don't want to keep you. I know you guys are late. You're well past your end of show time and probably your bedtime. But I wanted to call in because I wanted you guys to hear my voice. I couldn't call last night, but I got banned from Channel 1.
Yeah.
Like perma-ban. Not a 5-minute mute, but like a permanent ban. And I'm like, I've been puzzled for weeks. Like, what did I do? What did I say? I couldn't imagine that I could say something that would offend or break the rules. So that's why I asked last night. I saw you guys were having the discussion, and I'm like, finally, I can get down to the bottom of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
So Linda explained it, and I was taken aback to hear that it was for incitement.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly didn't even know what she was talking about. So I thought about it, and I tried to go back in my memory to that discussion. I remember that it was on the night, or maybe the night after.
8 p.m. I back to you at 10:09 p.m.
Yeah.
Official talk.
And I remember that obviously emotions were very high. And the quote that she used, if I put that in context, now I think I understand how that quote might have rubbed some of my Canadian brethren the wrong way. The discussion that night, because we didn't have all the facts yet, and you were on the air asking, you weren't sure yet if it was legal for Alex Preddy to be carrying a firearm in Minneapolis in public. And so you were asking the chat, and I said, yeah, American here, it's totally legal for Alex Preddy to be carrying a gun at a quote-unquote protest. And I guess it's probably something lost in translation between U.S. and Canada because we have different gun laws. Yeah, I was trying to tell people in the chat that, yes, he was carrying legally.
Yeah.
He wasn't carrying an illegal firearm, but it was just the passion of that moment. You know, there were divided opinions.
I don't think that
in the
was what
chat.
it was. Let me ask Linda. Is that what it was, Linda? I don't think that's what it was it?
Lori had mentioned the Jewish people need to rise up and arm themselves so that they wouldn't be a target.
She says, Lori, that it was you posting something about the Jewish people need to rise up and what was it, Linda?
Arm themselves
Arm
so
themselves.
that they would not be a target.
So that they won't be a target. That's what she says the issue was.
Now that's where I'm puzzled because I really don't know what you're talking about. Can you give me a little more context to what discussion that was about?
I don't. What was the discussion about, Linda? Because it's that's weeks ago, right?
Yeah, she's asking about the context.
Yeah, there's so much context in every chat that I know we were talking about guns, We were talking about people getting shot and Jewish people. There was protests and whatnot. And I think somebody got hurt. And Laurie had came out with the
Was
Jewish
this the
people need to arm
Bondi
themselves.
Beach incident? Was it that one?
It could be. It could be, yes.
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
that's a good guess. That's a good guess.
Mm-hmm. But that's what it was. This is why this is honestly one of the reasons I'm doing this call in.
I'm trying to remember myself.
In Canada, we have a lot of people trying to get others to rise up.
Yeah.
And I realize in the United States, you guys are allowed to carry.
I'm gonna tell you what she's saying. She's saying here in Canada, of course, and I think you're aware of this, we have a lot of people who are calling for a rising up. People, like, let's just face it, there are some people who would like to overthrow our government, right? And so, right. So this is why there's a fairly restrictive
a lot respects Laurie
stance being taken on this. And sorry, Linda, what did you say?
And a lot of people respect Laurie's view.
Right. And so she's saying a lot of people respect you and listen to you. And so I guess, again, this is, it's a problem. This is, I understand. This is, I'm sitting here reviewing all of this here tonight, and in large part, honestly, Laurie, because of you. Because of what happened to you. And I'm like, wow, okay, well, maybe we better take another look at it. Not just because of you, but you're part of it, right? And so I thought, let's reflect on everything we're doing here. I went in, I did take a look at all the people who are banned. I went, holy smokes, look at all the people who are banned around here. We started off with not banning anybody, and now it's like I have a huge collection of banned people in my Rumble settings. So I don't know. And I don't know really the story behind most of these, or maybe even any of them, what led to this. But a lot of it goes back even before Linda's time. So I just thought, well, maybe we better reflect, take some time, review this. Are we handling this properly? It's so easy, especially in chat, to take something out of context, misunderstand what someone has typed. When I send an email message to someone, they can take it completely the wrong way. So I understand that aspect of it too, right? And then that leads to what we've got. So maybe we need to have, like I said, an arbitration set up, or some ways people can appeal. But it's not good for me to, on the other hand, my problem is people phone me up and they say, Rick, you got to unban me, please. It's so unfair what's happened. And then I'm sitting here second guessing the moderators who are doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. And I need to support them. And I know that sometimes the people who are calling me are just being troublemakers. And then they're trying to drive a wedge too. I know that's going on sometimes. So I'm just caught between a rock and a hard place. And I've just gotten to the point where I'm like, I don't want anything to do with it. I'm too busy trying to do the program. And that's been the case here for a while. I'm just like, hands off, let the mods do it, support them. But now it's kind of like, I was listening to another program where they were having a similar discussion. It was over on, I think it was on Twitch actually, but it was a younger group of people. And it was an in-depth and very cerebral discussion, because these guys, they also brought in some people who worked as Facebook moderators, right? Reviewers. And they were talking about the same kinds of struggles that they have over there as they work through this on a day-to-day basis. So I thought we need to have a review of this over here too, because a moderator now has an incredible amount of power to just ban someone temporarily, permanently. It's judge, jury, executioner all in one shot. Is that really fair or appropriate? I don't know. But I thought maybe we better take a look at it.
Well, I'm glad you did. And that you opened the phone lines, because obviously if someone's banned in the chat, they can't ask questions anymore. So
that's right.
The only way to appeal my case was to call you and to further complicate matters, I'm in the United States, and I can't call your local Canada number, your call in. So thanks for picking up the tab to this call. I'll try to make it quick so I'm not costing you money.
No, you're worth it. You're worth it. I'll take the bill. It's cool. This is a toll-free business line that I've had for years, and it's for Canada and the U.S. and it's coming in handy tonight. So I'm happy to have you on.
Yeah, and it's so good to talk to you. And you and I have had this conversation ourselves about what to do with the chat, the channel. I used to be a moderator at Maverick News Chat, and I know just what a difficult and time-consuming and often thankless job it is. And I know how much power is there, and I also know how easy it is to misconstrue things when it's the written word, and you can't. And sometimes people don't even talk in complete sentences in chat.
Yeah.
So you can't always tell. There's misspelled words. And sometimes I look at a comment and I'm not sure what the hell that person just said. I don't know what to do with that comment. Are they trying to do something bad, or did they just misspell a word, or, what did they mean by that? But, obviously as a former co-host, fellow journalist, and longtime moderator there at Maverick News, I'm very careful to abide by the rules. So I was concerned and upset when I found out that I'd been banned, and it's just been driving me nuts for weeks. Like, what did I do? So I think, if I understand correctly, and I can't hear Linda's side of the conversation, I think what she's saying is I said that the Jews should arm up. It probably was Bondi Beach. That may well have been the conversation. I think I was watching that night. And there was, what I meant by that, if I can explain, and you know me, Rick, we've worked together for 4 years? So, three things about me. One, I'm very, concerned about anti-Semitism. Two, I'm a historian. Three, I'm pro-Second Amendment. And again, this may be a cultural thing between the United States and Canada. Although we were specifically talking about Australia, which has very tight gun control. And the Jewish population in Australia, if you're not aware, doesn't feel safe. There is a huge anti-Semitism problem in Australia, which is what led to events like the Bondi Beach terrorist attack. And yes, Jews in Australia right now are disarmed. They feel afraid. They're vulnerable. As a historian, I look at it from a historical context, and this is something that I have to call in to say because it's way too much to type in a little chat comment that's maybe a sentence or two. But to explain the fuller context of what I meant, I've studied the Holocaust up one side and down the other. I know the whole history of anti-Semitism in Eastern Europe and the pogroms that led to the Holocaust. And the whole reason that the Holocaust happened, long story short, is that the first thing Nazi Germany did was specifically disarm the Jews so that they could not defend themselves. And the whole story of the state of Israel has been Jews obtaining weapons or guns to defend themselves so that they can have a home in the Middle East. And today, just today, in the last 24 hours, once again, we see the ramifications of that, which you can argue you may be for or against the state of Israel existing. You might not like the fact that Jews moved to Israel specifically after the Holocaust, established their own state, and built a defense industry so that there could never be another Holocaust.
Yeah, and just if I can just stop for a sec. We have another caller. Just hang on the line there. We're on another call, but I see you and you are in the chat and you are live. So, but go ahead, Lori, just continue.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up someone else's time. That's really all I wanted to say. I just wanted to explain my point of view and try to explain the context of that. Hopefully it didn't offend people. Maybe it did because it's a touchy subject these days. Anti-Semitism, Israel, Jews, guns. maybe some people don't like the idea of Jews being armed, but let me tell you, living here in the United States, our Jewish population doesn't feel safe either, especially in cities like New York.
Mm-hmm.
But at least in New York, they can get a firearm with a permit legally under the Second Amendment. And believe me, brother, all of my Jewish friends in the United States are buying guns for self-defense. And I don't blame them. And I don't see, in the United States, what I said that got me banned in Maverick News, that would not be a controversial statement in the United States. So perhaps it's perceived as controversial in Canada. Maybe Jews aren't supposed to have guns in Canada. I don't know the laws up there. I hope that Jews are allowed to have guns in Canada if they have a permit. But I don't see why it would be controversial, especially after a mass shooting incident where Jews were specifically targeted and shot at Bondi Beach, to suggest that perhaps if you're Jewish and you have a legal right to carry, that you go ahead and avail yourself of that right.
Well, I think that I'd like to talk to you more about this, honestly, because I have things going on up here as well that I know that I'd value your input on, pretty major developments too.
Sure.
So I'd like to continue the conversation, especially in that vein. Is the email addresses that I sent to you, are they still functional? Are you receiving my messages when I sent that to you tonight?
Yeah, I think I saw you sent it to 3 different email addresses.
Yeah.
2 of those addresses are defunct. I no longer use them.
Okay.
But the Gmail address is still good.
Okay.
That's
then-
where I got your email just now.
All right. Then what I'll do is I will email you again and connect with you, and we'll set something up. Okay. And
Okay, well, maybe you and Linda and Dragon can have a conference about it and see if you could maybe see your way clear to unbanning me, please.
I will. I think we may involve more people than that, and I'm going to try to be the neutral party so that I don't become a dictator. I'm trying to avoid that, and really, I'm trying to be hands off as much as I can. The buck ultimately does stop with me. I get it, and people generally blame me for everything anyway. But I am trying to, because I have all the power, right? And so I don't want to be the guy walking around with a big stick all the time. I want other people involved. It's not just my channel; it belongs to everybody. So that's why. But I will absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, you remember what George Bush said, right? A dictatorship is fine so long as I'm the dictator.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Well, that's not my style.
So now we have a new dictator.
Yeah.
A new dictator in charge.
Yes.
So yeah, I'll get off the line here and let you get to another caller. But
All right.
Thanks for giving me and others the opportunity to call in and have our cases heard before the tribunal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Okay. Take care, brother. Bye.
Okay. Who's on the line? Just joined us. Are you there? I think you're calling from the Ottawa area. Are you still there? I can see you're still in. Maybe they've stepped away. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Hey, yeah, I did just step away there. I think I just can you hear me at all?
I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I think I just so
Who is
I guess
this?
I'm calling in tonight.
Yeah,
and,
what's your name?
Steve.
Hello, Steve.
So I'm calling in tonight because I'm curious as to how serious are you on bringing banned people back into your chat, into your talks, into
Well, if I wasn't serious about reviewing all of it, we wouldn't be doing this right now. I'm pretty serious about it.
How far are you going to go? Because I'll say it right here that a few months ago you banned me outright.
Mm-hmm.
You explicitly told me never to call into your channel again.
I did.
So right away, I'm doing something that you asked me never to do.
You are.
So should I just hang up now, or do you want to talk?
Well, I've opened this up for people who specifically are banned, so I'm listening. And I remember why. I mean, it's coming back to me now. Yes. And,
yeah, I
and
remember.
Steve,
why.
I have to say, I like you. And, you know, we've had, you know, conversations in the past, and in many ways I miss you, but I remember what happened. And
yeah, but you were super harsh to me, Rick.
Oh, I don't
you
know.
Actually you told the world that you are afraid of me.
I don't remember everything I said that night, but I remember what happened.
Well, you told the world.
I told the what?
The world online, live, while we're on conversation, just like we are tonight, that you are afraid of me and that you never want me to call in ever again.
Do you want to?
I just called you.
Yeah, you did. Do you want to tell people why I did that? What did you do?
I said the N-word.
Yeah, you did.
I did.
Yeah.
And do you recall the context as to why we were discussing? It was, well, I'll refresh your memory. It was over two other podcasters. Oh my God, the names elude me right now. It was between two journalists. One's a blonde, Megan. Megan. Why can't I? The name eludes me. It was a debate that Megan and some other journalists were having, and it's a discussion that was going on over the United States, which is really something I really don't care about because I'm more interested in Canada issues. But you hammered me too quickly over using that N-word.
Linda Dragon,
Megan Kelly.
what do you think would be an appropriate course of action here? Do you even know what we're talking about? Is this clear enough to you guys? Do you understand what happened?
Well, I'm trying to remember the exact context. Yeah, and
I'll tell you from my perspective what happened.
I'll be honest. I'm oblivious to what Steve's talking about.
Okay, so Steve called in. This is quite a long time ago, and
Yeah,
I don't.
Like 4 or 5 months, right?
At least it's probably longer ago, but you know, time flies,
Maybe
right?
7 or 8.
Was I around?
But in any event, he called in, and I honestly I don't remember exactly what we were talking about at the time because it was so long ago. But in the middle of the conversation, he slipped in the N-word, not the Nazi word, the other N-word. And
the really bad one, the one that you really don't like.
Yeah, I don't like it because it's very derogatory.
It's very ugly.
Yeah. It is ugly.
It's very ugly. It's an ugly word.
It is.
Steve, have we not grown up since the 60s?
Sorry?
Have we not grown up since the 60s? Well, if you use the N-word, that was a term used during the 60s when people of color could not go into school with white people. Are you that type of person that didn't want them to go into the same schools as the white people?
I'm not sure what you're getting at here.
Well, I think we all grew up from that, and we learned to get together with different people of color and ethnicity and nationalities that we don't need to call them names.
Okay, well, I'm
and
sorry,
by
but
using that term,
did I
anybody in the chat would have
coin
heard
the
that,
N-word?
would have been
No, I
offended.
didn't. No, I didn't. Did I coin that word? Did I?
You may not have coined it, but you may have offended people that were listening.
Okay, and
you willing to apologize to these people that may have been listening?
that there's men's tampons in the women's washroom.
What's that have to do with the N-word?
I'm just saying, people got offended that I said the N-word on live, and I ended up getting banned for life and told never to call back into this channel ever again. But here I am calling back in because
you want to be unbanned. But
no,
I just asked you. I asked you, do you want to apologize to those people you may have offended?
So why are you calling in? What how can we help you tonight, Steve? What do you want?
I care to have a conversation.
We're having it. What is this? Are you asking for a review of this to be unbanned so you can come back into the community here and participate?
So right off the hop, can you review the fact that I said the N-word on your channel, and it was over a Megyn Kelly clip that she was disputing with a black reporter. So I commented on that interaction, which honestly I really don't care anything about, but I did use the N-word when I was describing that that interaction with Megyn Kelly and this black reporter.
Yeah, you referred to the black person as the N-word.
On in the United States, I more care about what's going on in Canada. But regardless, I used the N-word during that conversation that we had, and you instantly told me that you are afraid of me and that you never want me to call into your channel ever again. So this is what I'm challenging you on. Like, how serious are you on bringing up this conversation of unbanning people and bringing people back online? Like, how far back? How deep are you willing to go into this conversation? Why was I banned?
You already know why you were banned, because you used the N-word, and I told you why you were banned at that time. So
I got a question.
Damn clear about it. Go ahead, Ian.
What's the point of that questioning, my friend? Because you already know how we are around the rules, or how we express relationship and respect toward each other's. So you come toward us with those words, the N-word and whatnot, and trying to create a certain overreaction from us. So what's the point of questioning us on the banning?
I used that word in a description over how I was describing the conversation that Megyn Kelly was having with a black reporter. I'm sorry, I can't remember the black reporter's name. Maybe Rick remembers more clearly. It was a prominent black reporter, specifically Megyn Kelly.
I don't know, Steve. It was too long ago for me to remember the specifics now.
It shouldn't be. You have children? And me. And you said to me that you are afraid of me.
Well, hang on a sec. Somebody else just joined us on the line. Who's there? Hello?
Hey, Rick. Sorry, Rick. It's Maureen.
Hiya, Maureen.
Hey.
Yeah. Do you want to weigh in on this or say something?
No, I'll let them finish.
Okay, so I'll go back to you, Steve. Go ahead.
I was asking Steve if he had children.
Yes, I have children.
Okay.
I have one child.
Okay. I have a grandson. He came out with that word in school. Do you know what happened to him?
All right.
Do you know what happened to my 9-year-old grandson that used that N-word in school?
What happened?
He got a 3-day suspension.
Okay.
He doesn't even know what the meaning of the word means.
Okay. Like, I've got my own stories about students about high. Like, I graduated in '94. Okay, so you have like to bring up it doesn't like it's not relevant to the point where I'm making.
That's my question. What is the point of the call? Are you like what are you hoping to do here? To provide more context, to say that this wasn't fair because of some reason why the word was used? Like where are we going with this?
I think it wasn't fair. Just put it that way.
And
it wasn't fair.
Now explain to me why you think it wasn't fair.
It wasn't fair because honestly, I think the call that we had months back, whenever you told me to never call back into your channel, I think it was cut off short because I think that you attacked me emotionally because I used that word online right away, and you shut me down right there and then, and you didn't give me a chance to continue on. And it was just that's it. You're done. Don't ever call back. Actually, I'm afraid of you, and I don't want anything to do with it. Like that. That was the message that you relayed to me on that call. And then ever since then, well, yes, I have been banned. I've been banned from your Rumble chat. I've been banned. Well, your YouTube, you can't talk on there. And so I have no way of contributing to the channel anymore other than just being a listener.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. So yeah, Steve used the N-word. And how do you justify the use of the N-word when you used it?
Because I was angry. I was angry. Like I can't recall exactly what was going on with that Megyn Kelly. See, the thing is you brought up the Megyn Kelly clip on your show, and I called in to respond on it.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And then I used the N-word in the derogatory towards the black reporter that Megyn Kelly was spatting with.
Yeah, it was an insult.
I insulted the black reporter.
Yeah, you used the N-word to insult the black reporter.
I insulted him. Yes, I did. I insulted him by using the N-word.
Yeah.
And I directed it at him.
Yeah.
And then instantly, you cut off the call and you said, that's it. Never call back ever again. And then boom, that was that. It was done.
And so where did I go wrong?
That you quit that conversation.
No, I don't think Rick was wrong, because you did actually use a slur against a group of people of color.
It's a dehumanizing term. It's a dangerous word because it leads to subjugation, it leads to violence, it leads to death, it leads to all kinds of problems. So it's not I don't think I was out of line at all, Steve.
I didn't coin that slur. It's not like I introduced.
But you used it. It doesn't matter if you invent it, it's whether you use it. And you used it.
I certainly did.
So where's the justification in that?
So is that where the conversation ends? Is what I'm trying to get at. And is there any avenue to explore the reasons why and why not that N-word gets used today? And not only by me, by millions of other people. Like, I'm not alone here, guys. Okay?
Just because everybody's doing it doesn't make it right. Okay? And I really don't care how many people do anything. There are certain standards and, there's just sometimes things are just plain wrong. So I don't care if it comes back into vogue or if it's popular again to be a racist. I'm not there. And this channel isn't about that.
Okay. I can probably turn that question around if Steve, if you allow me.
Again, and say this is your last fucking chance. Never.
No. But if you allow me, Steve, just 1 second. Is it fair enough to call everyone a Zionist like when all Jews are Zionists? Is it fair? Because I don't think it is. But I'm just asking the question as a, it's the same vein of topic. It's not allowed. It's not okay to say that. So how can I use a slur and just use it for one person, but not for everyone, just for that one guy? You cannot do that. I mean, it's not a valuable way to use, and I mean, you cannot really do that.
You're wrong. Of course you can. You totally can.
Expand on your idea, please.
Steve, it comes down to this. You're calling in, you're asking for a review of this. This is what we're here for tonight. I'm happy to have this conversation, but you have to explain why we should unban you. You have to explain why you were justified in doing that. You have to at least give us a reason to unban you, not just say, well, lots of people do it.
Okay, I can do that with you providing me the reason why you banned me. Saying that N word to begin with.
I just explained it to you. It's a dehumanizing term. It's pretty much off limits. I mean, you'd have to have some pretty extenuating circumstances or to justify using it. I can think of certain situations where it might be okay to use it, but in the way that you used it, you used it.
That's it. If I N-word, you can't fucking do anything about it. That's it. You're done. You're banished from fucking life. You can't, make it just, that's harsh, man. That's really harsh.
It's a pretty harsh word, and you directed it at someone as an insult, a black person.
Right.
Which is exactly how you should not use it. And you used it on this platform.
In a longer form, you are treating me the same way as I treated him.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You are.
I'm enforcing.
You are treating
I'm
me.
enforcing rules and saying that if you can't
treating me in the same fashion as I insulted him. You're doing the same.
No.
You're using more colorful language.
No, I'm not. Not at all.
Yes, you are.
Did I insult you?
Yes, I'm insulted.
With a racist term? Did I dehumanize you? No. Am I allowing you to talk right now? Yes. I'm not. This is the way I'm treating you is not the way you treated him. I'm treating you the way I'm treating you because we need to raise the standard here. And I'm open to, reviewing this with you, Steve. And if you were to say something along the lines of, gee, I was really emotional. It came out. It was a big mistake. I wish I hadn't done that.
Rick.
Then
that is a.
But you're not saying that. You don't sound remorseful. It sounds like you're defiant. And it sounds like you're blaming me for what you did.
You didn't give it a chance to continue on back then. And that's why I'm asking for a review.
And you're getting it here right now, but you have you have to tell us why you deserve to come back. Why should we give you another chance, essentially?
Well, just to be a part of the conversation, to be able to every once in a while be able to input my thought into the chat, just to see if I can stir the conversation somewhere. But for right now, I can't do that.
I understand.
Okay, well,
I'll throw it over to Linda. Please help us out here, Linda.
Do you even feel sorry that you used the N-word?
No, absolutely not. I don't even know. I'm not sorry at all.
Okay, second question. Do you think that you would use it again, or other words that not allowed in the chats?
Yeah, probably.
Then I'm sorry, I wouldn't allow you back in.
Well,
Same
then
here.
okay. I guess no. I guess
Categorically no from me, and I'm the
I'm
second
reading the chat
guy.
right now, Steve, and everybody is saying, move on. We have other things to talk about.
Right?
Steve is a nuisance. He doesn't want to change his ways.
So, Rick,
get it together,
your audience, Rick, is full of weak people.
I think it takes a pretty strong person to tell somebody no.
Hey, do you think I'm weak, Steve?
No, Rick, you're smart as fuck. I like you.
I like you too, Steve. That's why
I hope you like me
I'm
too.
honestly, Steve, I'm really just disappointed that, we can't have you. I've enjoyed speaking with you in the past. I know we've had a couple of, private calls as well, where I've enjoyed the conversations, but that just crosses the line when you do something like that. And I think, honestly, Steve, maybe you're hanging around with some people who have taken you down some wrong paths. And I think you're very misguided, and I think you're a racist and a bigot. And
Rick,
that's really unfortunate.
I'm not 20 years old, eh?
What's that?
I'm not 20 years old.
Irrelevant.
I'm not easily fooled. Okay.
Which makes it even worse.
I don't get duped very easily.
It is a choice.
So, very comfortable in my life, Rick.
Yeah.
So
that's the problem, Steve.
I'm being influenced by bad apples, because
or maybe you're the one influencing them, and that's the other reason maybe we can't have you hanging around.
Rick,
yeah,
you couldn't be more wrong.
Couldn't I? Because it doesn't seem like you're very tolerant of people who are not like you.
I'm intolerant of people who attack me. Okay, so I care.
Did that black reporter attack you?
And my child and my granddaughter.
Did that black reporter attack you?
Yes, he did.
How?
Because this black reporter, he has a reputation of speaking. He's got a collaboration of speaking, like he's, in the world of television and media, and who gets to speak on national television and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
This black reporter, he's got some sway. And I didn't like the way that he was trying to lead and brainwash people. To me, this black reporter, he was just trying to calm people down into accepting that. You know what? Let's just accept this, and let's forget the greater evils that are happening. Okay, so I really didn't like them. And I don't have any reason to like this particular journalist. And it's not just because I call this particular journalist the N-word, it doesn't. I don't label everyone that N-word, okay?
Yeah.
I mean this that. Okay? I work with
So
people
you're
that,
saying
okay?
you direct the N-word only to colored people?
No. I work and I have friends with people of that color. Okay? So, like, first and foremost, the reason I use that N-word in derogatory toward that particular journalist, what's wrong with that? Snoop Dogg does it every day. So does Ice Cube. So does Ice-T. Okay? Like, so I did it. Why? Because it came from a white guy? Because it came from a white guy? It hurt? It hurt somebody?
You know what, Steve? You know why. And it's all about context. And you're pissing me off now.
That's right.
Yeah. See ya.
That's right.
Thanks. I was not able to listen to him at some point. Oh, God.
Well,
I'll be honest.
That was interesting.
That wasn't interesting. That was just to see and make a point that you wouldn't unban anybody that merited being unbanned. That was his point he was trying to get across.
Yeah, I'm not going to unban people who are just going to continue to be a goddamn problem.
And lots of people on Rumble One saying that, you know what, good riddance. We don't want him back on the chat or whatever. We don't want that kind of speech on the chat. So, well, sorry, Steve, but you got your answer, bro.
At the end of it, Rick, it's their chat. They know who they want in there, and they know who they do not want in there.
Exact.
Yeah.
That's not just me or Linda. That's all those guys chat too.
Yeah, well, I made that decision at the time, and I made it right then and there, and it was pretty clear to me why. And anyway, Maureen, welcome back. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, crazy. Bison.
Yeah, Steve is the one who's actually weak, and that's because he's taking a dark and easy path down a road of destruction and hate.
And that all comes back to like the topic, you know, with the chat and everything that goes on in there.
Yeah, well, it's easy to point the finger and blame other people for your problems.
Yeah.
Very.
Like, okay, in the chat, okay, and then you went. I made notes, while I was listening. So I'm going through my notes here. So, okay, with Lori, I love Lori. I love her input when she would come on the channel. And the only thing I don't like is the word Jews. They're Jewish. The word Jews to me, see, my dad fought in the war, right? He was a pilot, RAF in England. And like, I just find the word Jews offensive. Just like the N-word.
I get why.
They're not Jews. They're Jewish. Like, okay, you know, growing up, you know, well, oh, he's a Jew. If something was cheap, oh, he's Jewish.
Can I correct you on something? People are not labeled as their nationality, their religion. They're people. They're humans.
They're Jewish.
but they're human first.
Absolutely.
And we shouldn't be lowering our standards to calling people names. And that's what I mean by name calling and other types of name calling. And we made a promise to you yesterday that we would try to make sure the standards would stay at that.
Are you thinking I'm calling them name call? I'm
No,
calling
no,
them
that's
name.
not what she said. I
No,
don't
no,
think
no. No, that's not what I'm saying. He is no different than someone else that does the same thing. And that's happened quite a few times. And we don't look at each other anymore as human beings with feelings. We look at people and we name call them by their religion, their race, and their color. And we should not be doing that.
Yeah, and I was just using that as an example.
Okay.
You know what it comes down to, guys? We just got some people out there who, and we've talked about this earlier tonight, who think that free speech means they get to go around being a bunch of racist, bigot shitheads. And they get to go around calling people whatever names they want. And they think that's free speech. And that's what Steve thinks. And that's what a lot of the people around him think. And I've seen the rise of this over the past 4 or 5 years. Lori has seen it too. It's happening because of social media. It's happening because of what we're seeing online to a great degree. And Linda, you sent me a video last night. And I don't know if, I don't know how carefully you've watched that, but it's happening because of videos like that. And the language that's in it, when you decipher it, you realize what it really is. And
That's exactly why I watched it and
yeah.
exactly why I sent it to you.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why you, yeah, I know. And that's very dangerous stuff because it's coded. And I've tried to tell everyone here for the last 4 years, 5 years, that it took me a while to figure out what was kind of going on. But some of these social media influencers, the biggest ones, are repackaging old racist tropes with new words and new descriptions in order to incite hatred towards certain groups of people and to fuel up racism. And it's all designed to get us into probably another race war, a civil war. It's all being used to divide people and get us to fight. And for political purposes and just a lot of really destructive things. But the point is, it's been a constant drip, 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 slowly over time without anybody realizing what it is. And that's what brings me back around to the use of the other N word, the Nazi word. And it's reverse political correctness now, where we're being told, don't you dare call anyone that, because they're using that as a shield so that they can be as racist and as fascistic and as authoritarian and as thuggish as they want to be and be the biggest bigots online and take us down that path without telling us that they're taking us down that path. We don't, it's dangerous when we police words in ways that restrict us calling things out. And so it's trying to find that balance. And yes, it is true. It's like Hogan's Heroes. I've been thinking about it a lot for weeks, actually. Hogan's Heroes. You remember the show? Jewish actors played the Nazis. They turned it into a parody. What was the actor's name? Werner Klemperer, I think was the guy's name. He was Jewish. He played Colonel Klink. And he said he didn't want any part of the series if in any way the Nazis, the Nazi characters, were humanized. Now, his character, they were very careful not to portray him as a hardline Nazi, like a hardline ideological Nazi. They softened him up and they poked fun at him. They justified his portrayal as a Nazi because he was incompetent and bumbling, like Sergeant Schultz, right? The harder characters, they did refer to as Nazis, the ones who were more authoritarian figures. But I put it to you that in reality, they may have inadvertently, and I'm sure that they did, normalize the idea of Nazism through the humor. In fact, I've even been thinking about people like Jimmy Kimmel, who, on the one hand, they attack Trump and poke fun at him through comedy, but at the same time, because they're taking very serious incidents like someone being shot in the street by ICE and violations of their human rights to the point where they're literally killed in the street, or other people's rights being violated, but they're trying to tear the president down or call out the problems through humor. They're also trivializing it in the minds of a lot of people. So it's a double-edged sword. As a result, and the best example of that happening is Archie Bunker. This is all 70s television, right? These issues being brought to the surface and explored and exposed as problems through primetime television in the 1970s. Archie Bunker, Carol O'Connor playing that role as the bigot who didn't want anybody to sit in his chair, right? But what they found was that through that humor, they found that the bigots didn't really take a lesson from Archie Bunker. They identified with him. So it became a problem. So he normalized bigotry for a large cross-section of the American population, instead of pulling them away. And like, not everybody, a lot of people understood what the message was supposed to be, but not everybody got it. They kind of identified with him and said, he's my guy. Well, we've got the same kind of problem in the White House right now. You have people like Stephen Miller, who is a bona fide, straight up racist son of a bitch. All right. I mean, he's as hardcore as they come. He's a Nazi, and he's in a position of power and influence within the White House. I came out and I used the word because it's high time somebody did. And I'm not the only one to have done it. Nick Fuentes, he's a Nazi. He idolizes Hitler, promotes Hitler. And if you can't use the word to call it out, then we've got a goddamn problem, because we don't want history to repeat itself. But these people have huge influence. They're being protected because of this reverse political correctness, where don't you dare call anyone a Nazi. If you call someone a Nazi, you better be referring to the Holocaust. Well, I've got news for you. Fascism and Nazism comes in a lot of different flavors. And that's even apparent in Hogan's Heroes, because you've got Nazis who are softcore, Nazis who are reluctant Nazis. You've got Nazis who were fighting with the Nazis because they had no choice, which is a lot the case with a lot of people in Ukraine in World War II. You have hardcore ideological SOB Nazis. You've got people who want to exterminate all the Jews, Nazis, but they come in different shades, but they're Nazis. And if you don't call it out for what it is, it gets worse and worse over time, just like anything that's really bad. And the N-word being used as Nazi is not the same as the other N-word, because the N-word as that directed at Black people, that's strictly to dehumanize a group of people. Calling somebody a Nazi is a political term. Calling somebody a Nazi is calling out a deadly racist. It's not even just racism. See, and it's not just about Jews. Nazism could be directed at a lot of different races. Gypsies, gay people. They went after gay people, people with mental disabilities, right? Developmental disabilities.
Yeah.
Went after them to kill them. So it's not just the Holocaust. It's not just Jews. It's a much bigger problem, and it is on display, and it is happening in our society. It is happening with a lot of groups around us, and it is woven into the tapestry of this nationalism that is upon us, especially the white nationalism. Not everybody over there is like that, but some of them are, and it's being not just tolerated, but embraced because it's seen as strong. And we're going to stand up to those liberal, fascist, commie sociis.
Eugenics.
And those people on the other side are also extreme. So I'm caught in the middle here with this channel, which is why we don't build a great big channel, because I'm not over there either. I see that Antifa is also filled with extremists. You've got communists, you've got authoritarians over there. You've got people who want to go have a rumble in the park with the fascists. Let's get some baseball bats like they did up in the Toronto area not long ago, right? So they could have a big rumble in the jungle in the middle of Toronto. Well, I'm not into that either, but that's the two sides, the two extremes coming to clash. And yet the irony in all of it and the danger is they're all so goddamn similar. And they are coming together in many cases. And that's why you've got MAGA communism. You've got these, I've been talking about communofascism. They are converging, but as they converge, they're clashing as well. And it's dysfunctional. And it's resulting in violence. But the problem is it's rampant. And it's because of all of the crap that people have been exposed to online. It's because of the pandemic. It's because people have lost trust in government. It's because we've got foreign governments utilizing it to fuel, to incite for political purposes. And it's disgusting. And it's taking people down those dark rabbit holes into crazy places where it's screwing with people's minds. And they don't even know why they're using the words, because like, I'm not a Nazi, right? I'm not a Nazi, but you are a Nazi because you're doing all the things that make you a Nazi without you even realizing it. But it's not me. Yes, it is, because you've been dragged down this rabbit hole by these people with these recycled narratives, repackaged in ways that people don't recognize, using new words, new phrases like globalist, insert Jew. I've been telling people that the globalists are the Jews. Why? Because the Jews control the banks. You see, the globalists are the ones who control everything, the elites, the elite globalists. So it's the Jewish bankers. That's what they're saying. So that you'll hate the Jews. And Linda, in that video, the reason it's so damn dangerous is because right in the middle of that video, which ran for, I think it was a 50-minute video, they insert this biblical justification for the extermination of the Jews.
Yes,
I mean, I just about fell off my chair. I was like, holy shit, I cannot believe that in 2026, we've got people talking like this, producing slick videos that are going out to the very people that I know I'm speaking to tonight. Mm-hmm. And they're absorbing this information. But you see, that's just, they just slip it in there in a way that it just kind of washes over people. And it's all filled with lies, and it's all woven through it. The whole thing is a damn lie. The whole video was just, a little grain of truth, and then a lie. And it's all designed to make you hate the Jews. That's what that video was last night. And it's been a series of videos, but the first one was soft, and the next one alludes to it a little bit more, and the next one a little bit more. And what I don't know, what was that in the number in the series of videos from that series? 4?
It was
three or
coming out.
Yeah, the fourth one. I'm telling you, man, by the time we get to the next one, we've got a really serious freaking problem with the people who are following this stuff. That's what's going on with you, Steve. You've been exposed to this stuff, and just because you're 40 some years old, you think you're immune to it? No, you're not. Everybody's vulnerable to advertising and propaganda, and that's what this shit is. And it's really, really disturbing. I'm afraid of that. That's why I'm afraid of you, Steve, because your mind is infected to the point where you're calling in here just to piss me off tonight. And I know that's why you called. Mission accomplished. But I pity you. I feel sorry for you more than I fear you. And I'm disappointed because we used to have good conversations, you and I. I used to think of you as an okay guy. But look at what has happened to you. Maybe you were like that before. Maybe it's just that you've been given justification or permission to go out and be the bigot that you you have become or that you always were. I don't know. But I have seen people in positions of leadership saying exactly that. I've seen it. I've read it. I've heard them say it. You must become the racist that they say you are. You must become the bigot that they say you are. They want you to do that. Why? Because they're using you. You know, Linda, in that video, there are chess pieces that drop at the beginning in a graphic, right? Chess. Well, you know what? These people producing these videos, these people, these politicians, these Stephen Millers, these fascists, these Nazis, you know what? They think you're stupid. They think that they've got you. They think they're out duping you. They've been changing the language, changing the story a little bit so you don't recognize it. It's fascism. It's Nazism. It's a new form of it, so you don't quite recognize it. And they use coded language, but they're taking you down that Nazi hole. They absolutely are. And they think you are stupid. And some people are. That's the problem. So they don't get it. And then they become so hateful and so indoctrinated that they won't even look at the other side. And that's what they tell you to do too. Don't listen to those people over there. They're lying to you. Just listen to me. That's why I always say, don't just listen to me. You listen to everybody. But the problem is if you're listening to those guys and they've got their hooks into you and they're saying everything you've been told is a lie, don't ever listen to them again. You just listen to me. I'll tell you the truth. They're probably not telling you the truth, but they are manipulating you. You know what you are on the chessboard? We're all just a bunch of pawns. But you don't need to be used. You don't need to be sacrificed, and that's what they want to do. That's what I've been telling everybody here. That's what I've been telling a lot of people for a long time. Don't go there because you're just being manipulated. You're just being used. And when it comes time, when the judgment day comes, you're going to be the Nazis, the fascists that they're looking for. You're going to be the ones held accountable if you let them manipulate you that way, because you're making a choice just as Steve did. He came on here and he was given an opportunity, right? You can come back. I'm letting you speak your mind. You tell me, Steve, why should we forgive you? And I'm willing to forgive. I'm all about forgiveness. I would like to have you back, but he doesn't do that. No, he's got to double down, be a dickhead, got to try and just piss me off to try to show that I'm weak. No, I'm not. You're weak, Steve, and the people around you are weak. And you think we're stupid. Well, the people here are not stupid. I'm sounding the alarm. Steve, you're weak. I'm not going to call you the N-word because I think you're just a misguided pawn. And I pity you. I am so saddened, but I am pissed off. And that's the truth of what's going on out there. And I have to say it. I've tried not to go down this road too much because people are at various levels on this stuff and people have different opinions on things. And some of these opinions can be valid. You want to criticize what Netanyahu is doing in Israel on a political, from a political footing. Yeah, that's cool. You know, that's valid. You don't like what he did after October 7th. I don't like what he did either. I call that out, but I don't like what I don't like what happened the other way either with the people in Israel being killed. I don't like either side of it, but I'm not going to point my finger at the Palestinians or the Muslims and say they're all the problem. And I'm not going to point my finger at all the Jewish people and say they're all the problem. They're not. You know what? Because the only path forward is to judge people as individuals. Judge them on their actions. Don't judge people as an entire group. Yes, people belong to groups. But you can't judge people just because they belong to a group. If they do something illegal, they should be held accountable. If they do something good, they should be recognized for it. Because there are good and bad people all across the board. And you know what? It's not just white people who are racist, Steve. It's not just because you use that word because you are white. There are black people who are racist, and there are Muslim people who are very racist. There are people in every group that are bigots and prejudicial. It's everywhere. There's a lot of hate out there, and it's not exclusive to white people, black people, orange people, purple people. It's everywhere, but there's also a lot of good. And what it comes down to is we all have agency. We all have choice. So you can either embrace the hatred and go down that rabbit hole, but there be monsters there. My message to you tonight, to everybody, is you don't have to go there.
There's another thing with that, Rick. They're all being directed to a certain time, a drop-off time, when things are going to ignite.
Yes.
And when that ignition happens, they're going to expect those people to do what they want them to do. And I've said it time and time to you before. We're heading in a direction that once we get there, there'll be no turning back from it, and we won't be able to stop it.
Just say no to that.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Pretty damn simple.
Don't comply.
Right. Okay.
I'm not
going to show up for your war. Right. I'm not going out to that park to cave that guy's head in. I'm not going to follow the guy with the hockey stick who's going there really to beat somebody. And I'm not going to follow some guy who's got a big spear thing out to that rally and the sword to threaten people. I'm not doing that. If we stop paying attention to them, maybe it'll calm down. Stop participating. And all the social media influencers that go out to all these protests, one after the other, constantly, it's like protest TV. That just inflames things. This is all manipulating us. It's focusing the attention on the negative.
Mm-hmm.
It's, we got to turn and go in a different direction, because this is a path of destruction. They're ripping our country apart. They're tearing us apart. They're going to tear you apart.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not following it. And a lot of these people wearing masks. I mean, like some cases, literally. In other cases, they've been wearing a mask all along, hiding what they really are. And in other cases, it's been a progressive transformation of people from regular, normal people, I think, to people that I don't recognize anymore. And we've been vulnerable. We've been open to these attacks because of the pandemic, where our trust in our government and our system and each other in everything has been destroyed. And we're looking for something, an answer. But the answer is not there. The answer is not in blaming other people for our problems. You can have calm and reasonable discussions about immigration levels and things of that nature. But if you start just judging people as groups and then say, we've got to round all those people up and just deport them. Listen to my friend Michael, right? I know that the PPC has, it's transitioned from being concerned about immigration levels to a lot of people over there saying we got to just deport them all. That concerns me, frankly. But did you hear what Michael said about his friend from Iran? Cares about his friend from Iran because I don't think Michael's a racist. He's a kind, warm-hearted guy. But he's with the PPC. But the immigration policies, I don't know. They concern me. Because like the Conservative Party, I didn't leave the Conservative Party. Conservative Party left me when they went too far left. The PPC, I'm not so sure. I've been kind of around them too, but I'm not leaving the PPC, but some of them are leaving me. I haven't changed that much, but I have people saying, Rick, you're a communist. Or I have people saying, Rick, you're a fascist. I am neither. I am not. I am an old school conservative, classical liberal, kind of in between, reasonable, preserve what's good, fix what's bad, make things better, build things up. I'm not into destroying things. I don't want to kill people. I don't want to beat the shit out of people. I want us all to get along. I don't hate my
I don't
neighbor
wanna
just
see
because
anybody
he's a
get
Muslim.
killed.
I don't hate my other neighbor because he's a Christian. I don't really care. What they do is their business. It really doesn't affect me. But the people out there, I don't understand you when you're all upset because, well, those people over there are the too many Islam people. And it's got nothing to do with you. If you don't like it, just stay away. Mind your own damn business. You have freedom of religion in our society. I just let it go, man. But no, you won't. You won't because you want to. Some of these people, they want to fight, and some of them want to relitigate old wars, and that's what's going on right now. It's all this stuff being brought back up again, and I don't know where it's going to go, but it ain't good because we've got bombs being dropped in Iran tonight. We've got Afghanistan on fire again with Pakistan. We've got Ukraine. Oh, it's just a bunch of Nazis in Ukraine. Oh, is it really? Oh, I don't know about that. You see, because I'm sure there are some there, but there's some in Russia too. And there's a hell of a lot over here right now. And there's some in the States. They're everywhere. Okay. It's not just there, but you want to find justification for a war. It's not that hard. All you got to do is say, oh, bunch of Nazis there, or Canada's the main drug hub supplying one of the main drug hubs supplying the United States with fentanyl, which is a damn lie. Yeah, we've got a drug problem, but don't you dare tell me that Trump is going to solve it by kidnapping Maduro or going to war with the cartels in Mexico and disrupting people's lives down there. It's all BS. It's, again, small people, little people, all being used as pawns, moving people around. It's a big show. Yeah, that's why you've got central casting. You've got all these Fox News personalities and the Trump administration. They're great actors. They make a great front. Really look good. The blonde Caroline Levitt looks perfect, like just the right look. Put her at the podium, right? She's kind of sexy, but in a mom kind of way. So not threatening to women, a little bit appealing to men, but not to that degree. But she looks credible, and she's got the blonde hair. So she looks like maybe kind of a news anchory kind of a thing, but she looks young. Perfect. Put her in there. She's just got the right look. Central casting. Go down the list. They're all like that. Every one of them. Tom Homan looks like a, rugged, tough son of a bitch. He's not going to take any shit from anybody. He's going to round them all up and deport them all. That's what he's all about. Stephen Miller, he's the I don't give a shit Nazi guy, right? So that's his role. They've all got a role to play. And Trump, you see what he is. So, and he's not absolutely in charge, but he's carrying a big stick. And he's smashing people with it right now. And yeah, Canada's in play. Canada has to be careful. And I'm tired of the people pretending that they're patriots and they love Canada and they're all about saving Canada when it's obvious that it's the opposite. They're tearing the country down. It's like all pro-American, anti-Canadian. It's not just anti-liberal. It's not just anti-Carney. It's anti-Canada. Okay, so just give it a rest. I'm not that effing stupid. But so I'm not following you because it's destructive. And I'm Canadian and I'm not a traitor. And I love my country, but I love the United States too. And yeah, I want it back the way it was. No need for any of this crap. I just don't know where to stop tonight because this is just insane. But you have to understand, you have to recognize it. You need to know that this is what they're doing to us. And it's not really that dark and shadowy. It's not really that complicated. You're just being fed propaganda / advertising to get you to think in a particular way. And it's been a constant drip, 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 dopamine generated through emotional stimulation online, through violent videos, videos showing you love, videos showing you hate, videos showing all these emotional things to trigger you. Most of it very negative and driven by anger, frustration, to just pull you down that rabbit hole and to make you distrust everything. It's psychological manipulation. It is the danger of social media. It's the danger of AI. It's all the stuff I've been talking about for weeks here. You think that these people are going off the deep end and shooting everybody? You think that that's just happening randomly? No, it's not. It's happening because they're being driven nuts. You can say, oh, he's nuts because he's transgender. No, he's nuts because he's being driven nuts. I have people phoning me who are not stable. Maybe you think I'm not stable right now, and I totally understand. But the reason I'm not stable is because I see everybody being destabilized. We have to calm down.
Literally, these people are giving you sleep apnea because
Yes.
they call you in the middle of the night
because
to discuss this.
And I keep trying, and I keep saying, I'm here to protect everybody. I'm here to protect my flock, right? I'm here to help. And I will. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to show you in a gentle way that some of the stuff that you're viewing, some of the stuff that they're feeding us online, it's destructive.
Don't forget, Rick, there's an episode 4 to that video.
Yes.
That I will not pay for until it comes out for free to see what else they're up to.
I don't even want to tell people about it, because if you watch it, it's compelling.
Exactly.
It is compelling. I've got another video that I've been debunking for months. I just don't have enough time to get it finished. It's long. It's taken me, 8 months already. I've worked on it because the lies are so sophisticated. But when I'm done, I'm going to run it for you, and I'm going to show you how it works. 8 months I've been working on this on the side, and it'll be done soon, and that'll be a Maverick Midnight Matinee special. It's a public service, okay? And Steve, come back to us, man. Come back. I've said this before. Come on back, but come back. Don't come here with the intent of just pissing me off. Don't come here unapologetic for something that you know deep down you did wrong. You did something to hurt somebody, not just somebody, but a lot of people. And you did it with intent. That's why you got banned. You didn't care. Not because you're not a good guy, but because you've been misled and manipulated. They think you're stupid. They're using you as a pawn. Come back to us, Steve. Everybody, come back. This is where you got to be. This is your salvation. Whether you're Christian, Muslim, whatever you are, this place right here, this is where it's at. Individual rights and freedoms. Everybody will be judged, or not judged, but you just be who you are. I'm not going to, that guy's a this or that guy's a that. I talk to everybody. And this is the place where you will find your truth, because the truth is the truth. Truth is elusive, but a lie is just a lie.
I think we could let Maureen finish what she was saying. She had a list.
Good idea.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. And I mean, sorry, but Rick, you brought a good point to just put out with what said Lori earlier, the pogrom and the night of broken glasses, 1938. Guys, go back to your history book, do online research on that, please. This is important, and that's going to probably even help Steve, I'm sure.
Go ahead, Maureen. Bring us home. Are you still there?
Maureen.
We're waiting for Maureen.
Maureen, where did you go?
I don't know. Is she even still on the line? I don't know who that is.
Oh, sorry. Were you asking for me?
Yeah.
Wow. That was powerful.
Probably not powerful enough.
No, I think you got your message. The thing about Steve, there's no way he just turned like that as an adult. He's probably been like that his whole life, which is sad.
When I was a kid, I had a friend. I went out to Vancouver. I stayed there for a summer with my brother, who's considerably older than me. And my friend, who lived on the same street, just happened to be coming out to Vancouver at the same time. So that summer, I was 14. He came out to Vancouver, and we got together, and we spent a week out of the summer doing things. Went to a concert and just a lot of stuff around town. And he started to talk about gay people and cut them down. And I had like long conversations with him about it. I told him I didn't like it and it was bothering me, and please don't do that. And we discussed tolerance. I'm 14. And I convinced him that, maybe he wasn't looking at things right, and that maybe he should take another look at all that. And so he kind of changed his position. But then I got home at the end of the summer, and I was at a video arcade. I remember the moment. I was sitting there. I was playing Galaga. You remember the Galaga game? And Ozzy Osbourne was playing on the speakers. And my friend came in. Came over, he started talking to me. And he'd been hanging around with his old friends. And then out of the blue, as we were just having a casual conversation with my friend, he just says to me, "You know what? I still hate gay people." And then he walked away. And I never hung out with him ever again. Ever. And then about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, as part of my business, he happened, this was weird. He got my number inadvertently, and he called up to talk about my marketing business. And at the time, this is probably longer ago than 2 years ago. And at first we didn't realize who we were to each other. But in the course of the conversation, I realized who it was. I said, "Is that you? Is that you?" Yeah. And we started to talk. But man, I could tell he didn't want to talk to me anymore. He got really, really uneasy. I felt uneasy about it. It was awful. After all those years, I don't know what he thinks today, but it still lingers. And my guess is he still hates gay people. So Maureen, I think you're right. I think some people just are sucked down into that rabbit hole at a very young age, and they just can't change. So,
and the thing is, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Rick.
Yeah.
But the thing is, adults being bullies is one thing. children being bullied is another completely different thing. Adults that are still bullies as adults, in my opinion, were bullies when they were younger. And they brought it into their adulthood. And if they have children of their own, and they're still like the mom and dad that are bullies are still bullied, then they're teaching their children to be bullies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, adults being bullied towards adults is one thing, but children being bullies to children in school is another thing. You don't become an adult and all of a sudden become a bully. You were obviously a bully from a young age. That's just my opinion.
Actually, it's true, but not true at the same time, because you can have young kids being bullied all their young life, and at a certain point turn into something else, and they become the bullies. Like, you ain't gonna have any shit on me kind of thing, and they'll just push themselves as something else. That doesn't mean that they are more than what they are, but they'll project themselves as I'm stronger and bigger than you, so you have no sway on me kind of situation. And yeah, I've seen that in my lifetime, so yeah, I can attest to that. But it's true that people normally, young kids, could probably also turn on the other side and just not be bullied after all. But yeah, it's
and I get what you're saying, Ian. But someone that's being bullied turns into a bully? Well, is my question.
I did try to.
And I've seen people, like when I was growing up, I was being bullied by this one person. And in my 20s, I met her again, and she apologized for what she had done.
And that's an adult. That's an adult.
That's right. She flipped the script from when she was younger to when she was older. There's no longer that bully. But you've got kids that have been bullied that are flipping the script too and becoming the bully.
Okay, so I'm only gonna say this once, okay? I'm only gonna mention Trouble Ridge this last time. But the shooter was bullied. Why didn't his parents? Why did he have guns? He had a rifle. He had a handgun.
Well, Maureen,
what did
you know, like,
what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, Maureen.
Why did the parents? Where did the guns come from?
Yeah, this is, you know, we're revisiting something that's really not on point tonight. So,
and I don't think.
No, I'm just wondering why parents know that their kids are being bullied.
Well, we don't know all of the circumstances surrounding it. There's no answers to these questions here tonight.
I'm saying I don't get why.
Well, I understand, but you know, we don't need to go down this path again. It's getting late, and we're way past our normal time. And I'd just kind of like to wrap things up and keep things focused on the topic.
Okay, so on the rule, like the rules in the chat.
Yeah, just a final thought, and then we're going to go around and just, you start.
Me?
Yeah, go ahead. You can start with your final thought.
Okay, so the rules in the chat, which are, you know, I've read numerous times. Mm-hmm. At the end of it, Linda and Dragon, or Ian, I'm sorry. At the end of that, I don't know, it's just me. If you don't like the chat, then leave.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
or you don't, oh, sorry, if you don't like the rules, then leave. You can't, okay, you can phone up, okay, say government agent, for example. The first thing that comes, they're putting you through to a representative, and the first thing that comes up is any bullying, any harsh words will not be tolerated. I would add that into the rules.
Okay. Well, we can leave that with our mods and consider all
Yeah,
of that
exactly.
too.
And yeah, exactly. The show went on a long time, so I wasn't able to really comment on the rules.
Yeah. Okay. So, Linda, you want to go next?
Well, I think we're going down a dangerous path nowadays. People are confused on many issues, and they're not going into it with their eyes wide open and their ears wide open. And I think we need to all sit back and pay attention to the wording that's coming out. It's meant for to attack us. Sorry about Kiwi there, Rick. He heard your voice and he's in love. But we all have to sit back and realize we're being dragged into this. We need to say no more. We can only do the best we can. And I was hoping to get a lot of people that were telling us that they were going to complain and da-da-da. No, we didn't. Other than Steve, which wasn't any of our doing. But,
Could have gone the other way very easily. Yep. I'm kind of a pushover. Ian.
Well, what am I going to say to you guys? I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. Okay, well, Lori did put out a good point earlier with the pogrom. Well, I did say earlier, do your research about it, and even better, do your research of what did brought to the pogrom of 1938 Germany, because this is probably a key to understand how we sort of enter into that sort of radicalized mind, if you will, when we're being fed with those kind of, rhetoric from the politics. So you might be more well-versed probably into that and see how normal people like me, like Linda, or anyone else can turn into a monster and probably someone that has has nothing to do with other culture and whatnot and become ultra nationalist or something along these ways. So that's probably a good way to finish tonight.
Yeah, well, we got one more thing we need to do tonight before we sign off. Pick a song.
It's all fake.
You like that one.
I love that one. Considering all of the stuff I see and how much fake crap they put out there for people to absorb, they need to realize it's all fake.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's pretty timely. I think I will be with all fake too.
I would go with Orange Orangutan because Trump's the biggest bully that I think's ever walked the face of the earth.
Oh, well, maybe we should run Trumpzilla.
Yeah, he's not a nice man. Look, oh my God.
I'm gonna look in the chat. Anybody want to be a DJ tonight and pick the closing song?
Who's the DJ tonight, guys? On the chat, I'm looking up. It's so fun.
It was a beautiful day here today, Rick. The sun was shining like you would not believe. The sky was blue. Tomorrow it's going to be
Stoic teacher with all fake.
All right, that's our song for tonight. That's a second vote, and I'll third it. Okay, we had a seconder, and I think the majority rules. It's almost a democracy. See y'all back here tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern on the flip side. Thank you, guys.
Charlie's alive. Elvis flips burgers on the Lower East Side. 10 Trumps mask up on your phone. Shilling mean coins by remote drone. Graphene needles in your veins. Chemtrail sugar fries your brain. George Floyd's American hologram pie. Don't trust your lying eyes. It's all fake. It's all fake. The moon is a hoax. Give your head a shake. It's all fake. It's all fake. Your mama's a lizard. Your daddy's a snake. Bigfoot codes, the Mossad plan. Flat Earth truckers fighting the man. Dinosaurs guard an empty fed vault. Truth is dead and it's the media's fault. Conspiracies are real, let it sink in. Time travel, JFK is president again. 9/11's a VR game. The elite cut deals in the devil's name. It's all fake. It's all fake. From the jab to the pills that you take. It's all fake. It's all fake. The Pope's in a bunker with Q as his mate. Your phone's a snitch. Your dog's AI. The king eats penguins in conspiracy pie. JFK Jr., Cobain, and Tupac. They ain't dead. They're all coming back. It's all fake. It's all fake. Every headline, every handshake. It's all fake. It's all fake. FBI, CIA, KGB, ABC. Are you awake? Don't believe your lying eyes. It's all fake. It's all fake.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.